Okay. Okay. Oh, sorry. before making a conclusion. One, you have to take your time.
I love this.
Take someone. You see, Mr. Draman, Monica. Hello, Mr. Draman. Job when you shall prepare a program in Laura to end it. No, workshop me, and this is the second day. I'm just starting it now at 10. Sorry. Any problem? Finish. What is it? Yes. Wait. That's just sort of answering. Let me tell you. I just put the just put now. Let me just start on you. Let me just start and say. To get across to you now. Okay. Okay. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Oh, okay. I think I called you. I think I called you yesterday. Was it 2 days ago? It was actually Gokin. I actually planned to talk to you. I think it was actually Gokin that initiated me. But I just called him this morning. I just called him this morning to say that I actually called somebody else. Good morning, sir. Okay. Actually, yeah, that payment was actually for the year 2020. It was for the year 2020. Barely, barely. Yeah, I will see, sir. Okay, okay, I think because they are probably, looking at it from the new company point of view. What I plan to say is that the year 2020, there was no payment. There was no something. Yes, I'm actually starting one workshop right now. Yes. Okay, no, he told me, yes, he told me that. He told me it wasn't. He told me that. Mm. And that was actually when, the new company business and all that was going on. But then for last year, I'm on maintenance. And actually have some digital and this other stuff. I'm doing that. I can't find it. But that's one work there's not. Okay, no one here, so they've not paid yet at that time. When they were happening and all that. So this is the service. That was it. Then, then, then. Oh, yeah. Let me, sorry. Mm. Can you let me come back again, please. I'm just starting one workshop now. 10, 10:30. Yeah. Let me, yeah, I think obviously I want to ask you about the question. That's it. Right. Good morning. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? That's right. Okay. Um, so I think at this point at 10:30, we'll try to. Is my sound? You can hear me? Okay, great. So at 10:30, good morning, everyone. Here is Amos Emmanuel of Programos Foundation, and I'm quite happy that we are in this time, and we will be able to take the program off right away. While we wait for our guests that will share some remarks with us, I will just take on our very special expert, our own Dr. Daniela Louis, and I'm so happy that she's joining us from Singapore, and she will actually be putting us through quite a whole lot today. She'll be putting us through quite a whole lot today, as I will hand over the floor. She will take the floor right away, and of course, start up the day with as a striker. So Dr. Daniela, thank you so very much for being with us today. So you can take the floor, sir. You can take the floor.
Hi, welcome everybody. Hi, Emmanuel, great to see you again.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes, so I'm excited to this day 2 conference. As I say, congratulations to your anniversary, fantastic.
Thank you so much.
And maybe I quickly start our presentation. So what I would like to share with everybody, and I understand some of you are students, just finished a major event, am I right? So we would like to share today actually a platform which should be relevant to either your next steps or even during education. So we call this virtual incubator, or also opportunity gateway. You find it on Emmanuel's website, Innovation with Africa, under WSA. Feel free to go there. And I would like to share what our vision is. Happy to get your feedback either here immediately or through email, whatever you prefer, or chat and so on. So give me a few seconds for introducing ourselves. I'm based, as Emmanuel says, in Singapore, but I'm from Germany, many years here, but I have been to Africa, always my passion to also be involved in the continent there. But so what do we do at Odo? We try to actually capture possibilities, turn them into opportunities, and then actually help to make them real. And what does that mean? In our eyes, it means we need to bring the right parties together, explore synergies, ideally close deals, or just help each other, yeah, create, connect, benefit. So we have a platform, Odo has a network of platforms globally where people can actually share opportunities and then kind of collaborate. So, so far we've been internationally active, Africa, Europe, Asia, Americas, and Australia. So if you join, you are basically connecting through us potentially also to the greater world. Now, I know Nigeria is a big country, so maybe for now not so relevant. So maybe it's more interesting to actually connect around your projects within your vicinity. Just quickly, one more slide about what we do. We have done, for example, for the Rwandans and the Rwanda Gateway, a major platform, a little bit helping to communicate the opportunities in Rwanda. And I'm also active in other countries. We work with business associations. We have these virtual incubators, which I would like to show today. And we are also plugged into various investor scenes. So for example, the Asians who are looking at Africa. I know that's not an easy topic because the Africans should actually take care of Africa themselves, I feel. So as I say, I work closely with Emmanuel. I'm only helping to facilitate. So if you want to use this opportunity gateway, please, it's under Emmanuel and just connect directly. I would love to have it really as a Nigerian hub. So what do we actually do? So in other words, anybody who has a project, be it a startup or already a little project in the making, listed here, share your what we call the haves and the wants, and actually communicate it just high level on our platform. No need for details. If you want to share details, also fine. And the idea is that so often when we start something, and you are young guys, you may identify, right? Sometimes we don't know where to actually start. Where do we have a nice idea, but we have neither the money or other resources. And actually, I feel we often focus too much on economic capital. So our ambition is also to facilitate, to get the right know-how, the right social network, or whatever else is needed. And especially, we are now looking to cooperate also with educational institutions. So Amos and I were just discussing, so we could imagine that in all these entrepreneurship classes, there are so often workshops and brainstorming, or I think research projects. After you get your degree, they just evaporate. But some of you might want to use these projects and develop them further and actually start to try to make a living out of this expertise. So again, you might need partners, help, whatever it is. And in order to communicate that, put it or list just your ideas here on the platform. So our unique point is, in a way, to actually, we feel we understand that every new venture is accompanied by what I call the pains of creativity, right? Vague, uncertain, isolation. So if you feel like that, or even if you have a matured startup, anybody welcome. Here again, how it works. Yeah, have one's vision you can share, and you can find like-minded people, support, and resources. Here, a couple more screenshots. And as I say, we have here not only Nigeria, but also this platform will be then connected to the world, and you can, if you want to be exposed, also see if you can attract overseas capital. Here are a couple of categories which are probably familiar to you. So later, once we have filled up the database, you can search by this. Right now, it's still in the beginning, so bear with us. And as I say, we would love to invite you to sign up right away. Here is actually the link. And as I say, you can go on Emmanuel's website, and most welcome there to actually join us. That's it. I keep it very short today. I know we have a long session ahead of us. Take note from the contact, and of course, Emmanuel, you have his access. Anybody questions? I think we can make this interactive. Emmanuel?
Thank you so very much, Dr. Daniela. Right, I would like to take questions. We're going to keep it very interactive now. So let us know, based on the last speaker and those messages and the opportunities that she spoke about, who has any message so that I can elevate you to speak? Okay. Is this hand intentional? Somebody wants to speak? Okay.
Yeah. So please feel free to sign up or send us feedback.
Somebody has a message. So,
yeah.
Daniela, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you so much, Daniela. And thank you for a wonderful presentation. I enjoyed every bit of it. So the thing I'm clear about is the aspects of publicity or visibility. If you want to showcase your projects, you want to showcase what you have to the world. There was an aspect you mentioned, but I'm not so clear about that. So what do you offer in terms of the platform? What do you give to startup or to new innovators who would want to showcase their project to the world?
Yeah. So of course, we monitor also what's on the platform, and we try to actually matchmake. That's the second step. But first, we need, of course, input and ideas. And once that is up there, then even other people can make it, in a way, a profession or a passion, either or, to actually bring the right parties together. So in my overall platforms, I do a lot of deal making in the sense there can be products even, and people are looking to have market entry into Nigeria. Everybody knows Nigeria is a big economy, the biggest in Africa. So for example, if some of you want to, and not everybody has to build a Mark Zuckerberg startup, I believe, right? But sometimes it helps also to pick up a product and say, wow, I could try to be the business development person for this product in Nigeria. And I pick this up and then I try to develop actually the business. I'm just giving examples of what are the activities people down the road can take on through this platform. Okay. Does that make sense? Another case is, yes. Sorry, Cinderella. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, it does. It makes sense. I understand it clearer now.
Yeah. So another case is, of course, I understand many of you just came out of your university or school, right? So you might have ideas what you want to do, but not yet clear who can help me, or which fellow partners can come on board. Yeah. And yes, your classmates, but maybe, so put it out there. And yes, you don't need to give your most secret idea. You can just say, hey, I plan something in agri-tech or something. You don't need to, see, I believe in protecting creativity, right? And we don't want to give away our most secret ambitions, right? No need to do that. We just share, I want to do vaguely something. And then if someone is interested, you start the discussion offline and take it from there. We only create actually this high level a platform basically for this high level vague situation. I always call it a platform of possibilities rather than of real projects like crowdfunding or something like that.
Okay. Okay.
That was brilliant. That was brilliant. Thank you so very much for that clarification. And let me add that this portal will be very, very useful to PhD students. PhD students across the country are more to preserving creative ideas that they actually want to blossom over a period of time, having gone through the whole, the whole horror of putting all this data together in the course of, doing the PhD program. And I think that is master's degree holders, undergraduates are very, very, this is going to be a very useful ecosystem for this kind of things, because we end up wasting them. We just end up, we end up just scoring points. Then eventually this is never impact our overall society in any way. So I think this is actually a very good one. Yeah, I have a lesson. Let me take, okay, yes, please go ahead, please.
Yeah. Maybe so many workshops, right? We put all in design thinking, which some of you may know, we put all the creativity in there for 1 week. And after the workshop, we all go somewhere else and some ideas just evaporate. So also this is a nice tool to capture that in collaboration, maybe with the facilitators or the trainers. So we want to reach out to these people, to you individuals, to post your ideas and mix and match over the platform. Of course, we have chicken and egg, right? Every platform is, so we need your help to bring a bit ideas in there, bear with us. And third is, of course, also governments. In case someone is from the official side listening, then I think it would also be interesting. As I say, I have worked with embassies and regional parties so that we can also actually show the opportunity in a region and incentivize growth in, for example, a more remote area of a country. So as I say, Emmanuel is our touch point. I'm just supporting his vision with our technology. So please feel free to connect with him and the platform.
Thank you so very much. I think I have Aliu. Aliu is actually one of our innovation bed certified beneficiaries. I can see his hands up, and I'm sure perhaps he's doing this because he is citing your face. Mr. Liu, can you unmute?
Yeah, yes, good morning, sir. Good morning, Dr. Daniela.
Good morning. Go ahead.
Hi.
We have been with Dr. Daniela for more than 11 months or 10 months with her.
Ah, yes. Hi. Good to see you. Not to see you.
Please start your video. Start your video, please. Start your video.
Yes, thank you.
Ah.
Yes, so my important message to the group, we have with Daniela for more than 10 months. I have get many entrepreneurship talk with her. So my question is, since we are in the world of ICT, so you say agri-tech business with me in the group. So my question is, we have many farmland, unused farmland. How can you help us to benefit from that farmland so we can invest in agriculture for the next 2 years or 3 years? This is my question.
Farmland? Yeah.
Yeah, farmland. Yes, if you want to use our farmland, so we can generate income and high rates of and we can reduce high rates of unemployment to the community. How can you help?
Well, I'm actually, what I can do immediately is, hello? Yeah. I can put this on I'm actually part of a charity here in Singapore. This is a bit premature, but comes to my mind. And they are looking to train smallholder farmers, give them the equipment, give them the training, and then actually raise their productivity significantly. So this is an initiative where, for example, your request, I'm happy to funnel that there and see what happens. Maybe we can even go into your region with this project. They want to do it all over Africa. So right now, Rwanda and Ghana is sort of discussed, very early stage, but I think it's fantastic. I can propose that.
Yes. So the next question is, if you can allow me, if we can need a team so that we can deliver a lot of ideas, how can we choose our team based on what?
Yeah, I mean, you decide, right? You are Africans in Africa, and as I say, happy to help. But I think take a mission and get your team around it, and then we can collaborate, right? I mean, project needs to be one-on-one discussion.
Yes. Thank you so much.
But it's great to see you, because we have been bouncing back actually deals, market entry, even agriculture. I got you something from Turkey, right? And so we have been bouncing back and forth already opportunities where you can really make money in theory, right? And it hasn't happened yet, but we are talking.
Thank you. That's why I say I engage with you so many business with you since last year.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Right. So thank you so very much. I'm sure you hear more about farming. We have our friend from Kenya that's going to do justice to that, and that will be in the person of Derek Gaku. But he's not in the house at the moment. He's supposed to be the next speaker. But then, thank you so much, Dr. Daniela, for that. I appreciate that.
Yes.
So I want to, thank you. I want to confirm if I have my friend, Abraham Jans. How are you, sir? Abraham Jans, I've just made you a co-host, so you should be able to speak with us. Make co-host. Let me confirm, make co-host. Yes. Maybe that was not done before.
Yes.
Are you fine
Hi.
now? Great. Oh, lovely to
worked.
be your face.
Good morning to you all.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much, Abraham. Jans there from Netherlands.
Yeah. You gave me a turn to speak, and it's a short time. So I have a presentation of a few slides that I can just show you with.
No problem. And the presentations will be available. Oh, beautiful.
All right. So here we are. And my contribution here is to focus on how people get organized in large organizations. So if you're interested to move forward with your career and you wonder, how does that work? Because it could be different than just hierarchical and top down. How could that be? So here I have an overview where we say, well, in a world that is connected, and yes, in one way or another, not only mobile, but very much community-based as well. And the customers somewhere around you, they are somehow connected to you, and you want to upgrade your products and your services. How do you do that? Why do we still organize our organizations in boxed ways where no one really speaks with each other and hierarchy knows and decides it all? Could it be different? You know, when we speak about agile ways of working, we actually mean the ability to meet the customer and to meet also the complexity around us. And in this case, complexity means really the organizational complexity very much so, and also the products that we create, they become ever more complex. So the proposal here for education is to let you know of other ways of organizing, smartly organizing, for instance, with Scrum, with a clear focus of what it is that you're going to do as a collective, with team collaboration and how to organize for knowledge sharing, with direct communication with customer or the users instead of all kinds of people in between, and delivering in small steps so that you can learn what the effect is of what you have delivered. All right, so I see that there will be questions, and thank you. I will just move 2 parts further, and then you have the full overview of what is proposed here as education. Yeah. So what if we could upgrade the way we organize from incomprehensible orders top down to connectivity between the people who actually do the work? That we actually create awesome products and services from very little interest, just we do things and we don't know what the reaction is, to awesome services. And so the proposal is here to make you learn what it is that you could do to organize in different ways and to make work awesome. And yes, the basis is here larger organizations, but I'm interested in your questions. So if you want to know more about Agile, Scrum, and so on, reach out to me or to your local connection to this conference, and I'll take your questions. I'll stop to share.
Right.
So, who's first?
Right. So, thank you, Jens. Questions, please. Okay, somebody's hand is up. Samaila Adamu, you have a question? Samaila Adamu. Okay.
Is there anyone who would like to ask something? I see Samaila.
Yes.
It's hard to unmute, perhaps.
Unmute, okay. Let me confirm. All right. 1 minute. Let me just co-host him so that we can talk now. Please, Samaila, go ahead. Wow, what a hands, okay? Samila, go ahead, you have the floor. Okay, let me take another person.
Here we indeed see another example of a complex product. The connectivity between us here, that is in many organizations currently, and also in our conference, of course. It's an obstacle we need to overcome. And thank you, Emmanuel, for trying all this digital work.
Aliu, okay, Aliu. You can unmute, please. Let's hear your question. Aliu Ayuba, let's hear your question, please.
Yes, sir. My question is to the presenter. How can you, sir? How can you come and collaborate with us in the matter of maybe funding or something so we can develop our society? Because today's world, machine robotics are taking over the world. So how can we collaborate with us to be relevant at the humanity? This is my question to the speaker.
Yeah. So the scope that I'm presenting for you. Yeah, Emmanuel.
I'm trying to see, Aliu, does it relate to the paper, to the presentation?
What?
I'm trying to know, does it relate, your question, does it relate to the presentation?
My question is to the presenter who presents now.
Yeah, I hear you, Aliu, and thank you for your question.
Yes.
The scope of what I'm presenting is an education of how to organize, and that is for people who move to larger organizations.
Yes.
And a generic answer to your question will be, my connection to you is, if you want to have knowledge work, if you want to, instead of saying robotics taking over the world, you actually want to dive into that world, then I can be of service.
Yes. But the question is, you see, we have many unemployment. So if robotics come taking over our jobs, so how can we be relevant? So how can we be relevant to the modern
And
world?
a generic answer will be, in my case, education. This is why we're here. And also, I believe you need to move forward.
Excellent.
I don't have all the answers, but I do have that answer.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Dan. But quite frankly, Aliu, let me just contribute that when you say, how can I be helped? How can I be helped is what Programos Foundation is doing right now to undergraduates across the country. We have brought education for graduates. Some people will call it for free. And that's about the contribution. The worth of what we are talking about here could even be in billions. It's really expensive. But I'm saying that we're having a platform where undergraduates are having this education for free. So you have to take this and go develop it and put it to use.
We're losing Emmanuel, but I believe his spirited speech really connects to the education that we need to get. And this is what this conference is about as well.
The education that is coming to you, please don't make a jest of it at all. And that's about the only thing experts can give you. They will not throw money on the floor for you to pick. And that's exactly the dimension and the mind.
Wrong, I stand to be corrected. If I'm wrong, I stand to be corrected. I'm talking about your paper just now. So I think what you're trying to say in all of this, it's bringing what you have to the world in a digital way, linking what you have to potential buyers, linking what you have to people who can benefit from your services. How do you do this? You're trying to talk about it in such a way that you do not need to stress about getting potential buyers or consumers of the product, but you can do that through technology. Is that what you're trying to say?
But it's a lot that you're bringing up, so thank you for connecting to it. It is a short overview because I only would have 10 minutes at least in,
so
the information. But what I'm trying to
okay. In connection to what Andy was asking you, so I was thinking, in addition to what you said, I was thinking what I would rather say to him is that he should be open to the knowledge, to the information that can help him promote his business or can help him promote his ideas. So when he has the knowledge and the training that he needs, he can show his talent and his creativity.
But that is true, linking to the knowledge, very much so. And Ochu, or Cinderella, or your first name? So what I see is that when they connected to Unilever, for instance, who has representation in Nigeria, what they needed to learn locally is the same things. They need to learn how to organize in a different way to get what they wanted. So it's very much about increasing your personal and team power. This is what it is about, what I can teach.
Daniela has a question.
I mean, actually not really a question. I just thought someone said that jobs are so sought after, right? And maybe we could even team up here, Abram, in a way like we could, for example, add jobs on our platform as opportunities. And then actually you could also come in as a service provider, or I don't know how you exactly work, and you know, connect with us, because we try to build a bit of an ecosystem, right? So you can be visible as a resource on our platform. Emmanuel, am I heading forward, or where are you? Oh, he's gone.
Very
right
correct.
Now, right?
Yeah, very correct. Yeah, very correct.
Right?
Yeah, very correct.
I mean,
yeah. Yeah, very correct.
So we would love to collaborate, and then maybe we create a job format, and then we can, you know, even have corporate, since you may, or, I mean, within our opportunity and within our community, not so much competing with existing job sites, I believe. Right?
And I believe that what Emmanuel's doing, and it's very brave to move forward and to say, here we have education. Who is willing to spend hours and time to get educated? And if you do get educated, you might well get hired. So that's a movement. I'm not able to give positions. I am able to give education.
Excellent. Yes, I understand.
Right, Daniela, Dr. Daniela, that's actually the point I'm making. When a young African or a young Nigerian gets very good, skillful, and competitive education, he gets hired by the next opportunity. Now, the young Nigerian requires is the right network. The right network is what we are building right now. As of yesterday and now, we have gotten almost 10 different countries from different continents to speak with us, you know, and that is the platform that we are talking about. So these young people need the right network. So if they are on the right network, they probably will be on the most competitive, you know, platform where they can get the best that is desirable to a young man of today in the kind of future that we already have ourselves planned now. So I quite appreciate all your contributions, and thank you so very much. I think we may have to reserve some questions so that I can get the next speaker to talk. Yeah, thank you so very much, Mr. Abraham Jams. I have Mr. Derek Gaku from Kenya. Derek Gaku is a wonderful young man, and he's actually been doing so much, and he's outstanding as a young man from Kenya. And you see, he actually identified with farming, and he has brought so much innovation around e-farming, and he's been doing so well in that economy. And that's exactly what we are saying here, that our young people who go to school to read anything should be immediately useful to their immediate societies. So permit me to invite Mr. Derek Gaku. I think he's in the house. Mr. Derek, you have the floor. You are a co-host and can do every other thing.
Okay, right. Emmanuel, am I loud and clear?
Very clear, very clear.
Okay, please allow me to share my screen.
You are co-host. Please go ahead. You can now.
Okay, please let me know when you can see my screen.
We can have your screen. Wonderful.
All right. Can you guys now see my screen?
Yeah, we have it. We have it.
Yeah, this is it's called the new normal. Where we have put everything online, and every meeting we have to start, by asking if everyone can see me. All right. Thank you once again, Emmanuel, for this particular opportunity, and glad to meet all of you. There's of course there are already some familiar faces, but really glad to reconnect with some of the guys I know and connect with the new young people in the room. Particularly today is a very important day for me because apart from just being given this invitation to talk to the youth from across Africa and the world, about what I'm passionate about and what I believe can be the next frontier of opportunities for the youth. It's also the International Youth Day, which is themed, which is themed transforming youth systems, transforming food systems, and the role of the youth in championing these. Myself, I am an innovator and a very passionate one, and currently I have a lot of my activity in the agricultural ecosystem here in Kenya, and of course with the vision to scale across Africa. So I am one of the co-founders of an organization called iFund 360. iFund 360 is based in Kenya, and what we do is that we bring technologies and the new innovative business models to smallholder farmers with the view of helping them improve their yields, and most importantly be very competitive in the market, and in this way be able to participate and earn from the $1 trillion food opportunity that is here in Africa. So if you just land on our website, you realize that there are two sides of our business model, where we have in an innovative digital platform that we use to crowdsource agri-finance and link that up to smallholder farmers in the form of provision of inputs, technical know-how, making up technologies available to them, value addition, all the way up until they're able to sell competitively in the markets. And this is something that we've been doing for the last 1 year with tremendous traction. In numbers, we've been able to work directly with the 3,000 smallholder farmers out of a potential pool of 10,000 farmers who have already listed with us in our farming communities. The other part is that we get involved with these particular farmers by bringing value add technologies to them, like solar irrigation. We are talking about farm mechanization. We are talking about technical know-how, farmer inclusion, and all that to these smallholder farmers. And this way, we've also been able to not only trigger, but also provide over 300,000 in terms of farmer revenue directly to these farming communities. Our mantra is very simple, that when smallholder farmers are empowered to produce more, then they are able to feed healthy communities, they are able to power local thriving economies and climb out of poverty. But there's one thing that we have seen, that the average age of our smallholder farmers is actually 65 years old. That is why it's very important for us to bring to attention the role and importance of the youth in this decade-long opportunity. You realize that where the agricultural revolution is going to happen is in Africa, because just in the next 20 years, Africa is going to add at least 2 billion people. The world is going to add at least 2 billion people to its population, and 2/3 of these are going to be here in Africa. Why is that a valid statistic? If you look at the average age of Kenya and the majority of African countries, it's actually 21 years. So this is a very youthful population that in the next 10 to 20 years will actually, be getting started with families and all that. Then they're going to expound that population. And every of those people, they are going to be eating. So eating, food production, food processing is going to be a very constant opportunity. But one of the other things we also realized, apart from the need for having more youth involved in this decade-long opportunities, is that the power and energy of the youth to harness innovation and and digitization and bring it to these farming communities. Because with innovation, then scaling agribusinesses or scaling production becomes very, very easy. So the future is here. And Africa can not only feed her people, but also can feed the world. But it's going to be the youth who are going to be, the frontiers of this. So I'm going to use the last part of this presentation to tell you some of the key areas that I, from my experience, think that youth, people in the universities and colleges, or people who are just coming out of school, can look into and see how they can be able to expound their effect, create impact, and mostly earn from this, because agriculture is a business like any other sector. So we're going to look at some key areas, and the first one has to be research and development for the agricultural economy. If you look at developed nations like the Netherlands can be just twice the size of Rwanda, but is the second the second biggest food producer in the world, and one of the biggest suppliers out there. And they have intensified the research and development. They have research in terms of hybrid seeds. They have looked at emerging technologies. They have looked at how food can move from farms to markets and across the world. So it's an interesting area that young people can look into, come up with those white papers, come out with those concepts that can help us be able to trigger, sustain, and develop our agricultural economy. It is also very, very important to look at farmer financial inclusion. You do realize that as much as a lot of rural farmers are now, catching up with financial products, only 10% of them have been covered by existing financial solutions, that is banks, MFIs, and the likes, which means over 90% of rural farming households do not have access to finance. And this is evident by the fact that only 4% of credit in Africa, in majority of the African countries, flows to agriculture, yet agriculture forms 25% of the local GDP. So here we're looking at young people who have technology skills, who are looking at products in financial technology, who are looking at products around agricultural insurance, who are looking at products around credit. How can we make credit affordable and available to farmers? Because when farmers have access to credit, then they are able to have access to more input and scale the production. We're also looking at advisory and information of agricultural productivity. So how can we develop solutions? This could be mobile apps. This could be data analytics driven type of solutions that can enable farmers to be firsthand with the information around productivity. So for example, how can we use mobile apps to make available weather information, regimes, crop production cycle, pest management and the likes to farmers? And these technologies, as simple as they might be, can unlock such huge business opportunities for young people. And I'm very optimistic, because now when we have those type of mobile apps that are collecting and disseminating data, then we can have big data that can now open up other avenues for data analytics and agricultural intelligence. Because what you realize is lacking largely in the smallholder farming ecosystem across Africa is the lack of agricultural intelligence, in the sense of, when do farmers know when they're supposed to be planting? Are they planting because they have market insights? And the market insights, are they being collected through commerce and being relayed back through the feedback loop? And this is an immense opportunity, because as you know, if you read anywhere online right now, you'd find that big data is going to be one of the frontiers of emerging technologies, because on big data, there's a lot of predictive analytics, there's precision farming, okay? Also very importantly is market linkages. So once farmers have harvested, or you as a youth in agribusiness, when you have your produce, how can it efficiently move into markets, and how can you get the correct value for that produce? Because farming is a business, and it has bottom lines like any other business. It has to make a profit. So here there are so many opportunities. There are opportunities higher up, closer to the farmers, in terms of food aggregation centers. There's opportunities in mobile commerce. How can we build solutions that can enable farmers sell online to growing urban markets? We also have those people who would want maybe to develop solutions, or be agribusiness people or entrepreneurs. You can pursue specific education professions that are very agriculture centric. So we're talking about the huge demand for agronomists, and agronomists has a huge role in the green economy in Africa, because agronomists are the people who support farmers through production to increase that production. We have agricultural engineers, we have solar irrigation engineers, and practitioners or technicians. We also have food scientists, and last but not least, and most importantly, food processing, value additional logistics. If you look at statistics, from the World Bank, from the Africa Development Bank, or other agricultural organizations, 40% of food is lost between when the farmers harvest and when the food gets to the market. In fact, it's up to 30% for vegetables, 25% for tubers and roots, 20% for pulses. So when we develop, or when we look at solutions that can streamline and make logistics efficient, then we reduce the 40% loss. Food can get into the markets on time, which means farmers earn the correct value of their production efforts, while consumers do not have to shoulder the high cost of food that is born out of very inefficient food systems. So once again, I just want to reiterate that the next crop of millionaires and the next crop of impact leaders are going to be formed in the agricultural value chain. So I want to encourage all the youth on this platform to look at agriculture very seriously and look at the different value chain opportunities on how they can align themselves and participate. Thank you so much. I'll now invite any questions.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Hello. So that's I guess that was all. And stop this. Okay, thank you so very much, Mr. Yunus Ayao. Does that sound good? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, let me just thank Mr. Derek Gaku from Kenya. That goes to show you that young Africans are doing fantastic things. This young man is a World Summit Awards Youth Award winner, and you can see how he has taken that language farming and has broken farming into the various stages and all the elements of the value chain that anything farming entails. And once you do that, it is now easy for you to innovate. And he's done this anywhere in the world. And I think this is actually the kind of things that we are trying to share to our young people, that you don't need to go outside. Within you, you know what you're supposed to do within your realm of operation. So thank you so very much once again. I'm sure if we have questions, we'll come back to it so that we don't have to waste any time today at all. Here I have an industry veteran, and I don't know how else to put him. He's actually the director of CITAD. So Mr. Yunus Ayao, so you're welcome. Good morning, sir.
Thank you very much, Amos. And good morning, everybody. Let me start first by congratulating my friend and comrade, Amos, for putting this wonderful event. It's a very exciting moment.
Thank you.
I'm sure that we would have exciting interactions in this, and I hope that at the end of the day, we will be inspired and mobilized to discover our passion and try to make sense of that passions so that we can become the type of entrepreneurs that are needed in this moment in our times. Let me start by saying, often we hear people say, this is changing times. I think it's the wrong thing to say. Time has always been changing.
That's right.
I think that it's more appropriate to say this is the time moments of changing assets. In the past, all you need to set up a company is you need money. And then it moves to you need certificates and money. And then it moves to certificates and networks. Today, it is not money. It is not certificates.
That's right.
It is not just connections. What you need is your creativity and innovation excel.
Thank you.
And so creativity is money, is certificate, is network, all roll into one.
That's right.
I think that this is very important, and I want to underline that in today's world to succeed, you must unleash your own creativity and innovation to do that. The second thing is that time and technology have upset the cart in a number of ways. In the past, your degree determines what you become, what is your future. So when you read something like education, you probably will end up as a teacher or some education administrator. When you read accounting, you might end up an accountant in some organizations, or you work in the banking sector. Today, your degree is important, but it's not the determining factor of what you become. What you become is determined by the way you harness and use your creativity. So you can read anything in your university and discover your passion and make that transition. And so the third thing I would like to say is that technology itself has changed the delivery of education. In the past, we have a very rigid, highly compartmentalized learning modes. Today, we have broken barriers. What we realize is the value of fluidity across disciplines. So you read religious studies, but you can also be an expert in software design. You can read language, and you will deploy that attribute of language to become a successful software developer. And so don't worry whether JAM has placed you to read fisheries when you wanted to read engineering, or it asks you to read botany when you want to be a software engineer. You can always be what you want to be. All you want to do is capitalize on the new modes of learning, new modes of delivery, and new content that is available, and you can become what you want to be, whether JAM has placed you in that streams or not. I think that the fourth thing I want to add is that technology has also changed our perception of education. The conventional learning has a way of terminating at certain stages. Now we have open learning, open delivery, and learning at your mode and at your pace. And so you don't have to worry about the rigidity of classrooms. That is something you will continue to do, but along the side, you can do all the learning of what you want to become in the future. So your degree is very important. But the purpose of your degree is not to give you a job. This is very important, because if degree is the thing that gives people job, we had millions of people roaming the streets looking for jobs, and those jobs are not there. So degree alone cannot guarantee you a job. What will guarantee you a job is what employers are looking for. And they are looking for creativity and innovation. They are not looking for your certificate. If you can demonstrate innovation, the ability to solve problems, then you will be able to hit the road to success. So what do you do in school? Yeah, learn the course that you have been registered, but find time to become critical thinker. Learn critical thinking skills. Learn problem solving. And learn how to activate the creativity that is there in your agency as a change agent. That is what will make you become what we see other important entrepreneurs, innovators become. Innovation is not just invention like that. So when the Amos asks you to become innovators, he's asking you not just to be inventors. Innovation is about doing things differently, solving problems that you see, approaching issues from the perspective of, can I make this system more efficient? Can I make it less energy consuming? Can I make it more convenient for the user? These are the critical questions that you always ask. So as an innovator, every day there are millions of things that are taking place around you. Look around, what can you change in the way those things are being done? What can you improve so that you can add value? And so the critical thing about innovation is really adding value in the way things are done so that it can become more efficient, more effective, more cost-wise effective. So, and more convenient to the user. So when you look around, look at those issues that people are complaining about. What can you do about them? Don't just join the hug and be part of the complaint. Be part of the solution. Okay? Don't sit down and lament, oh, this NEPA is not working, roads are bad. No. Think about what can you do to address those problems that are bedeviling society. And that's how you will become an entrepreneur, an innovator. Deploy that critical thinking, deploy that problem-solving skill, and deploy that tenacity to succeed. And that is what will take you to the journey. I think my last point is to give you 4 pieces of advice. Start with the assumption that anything you see being done, there are always alternative ways of doing them. And that's how you will discover and create for yourself. Okay? Look at one, how can I change the way this thing is delivered? And make success out of it. In doing that, 4 things are critical. The first thing is to assume that you can always change it and change it for good. The second is that don't remain an island on yourself. Work with others, collaborate, work in teams. Each one of us has his or her own perspective, has his own endowments, and has its own way of things at things. The broader way that we look at an issue, the more likely we succeed. So if we are able to address the different ways in which different members of our team look at an issue, then we are more likely to succeed than simply remaining isolated and working on our own. The second is that never fear failure. Failure is the key to success. So keep on experimenting, keep on iterating, and keep on failing and discovering why you have failed. And that is how you will succeed in life. Discover what resources you need for your success. Plan how to mobilize those resources and be able to deploy them to work for your own success. Surprisingly, these are not new things. These are something we have been doing right from the moment that we are children. As a child, you began to experiment. You take the steps and you begin to fall. You rise up again, you fall, and you master the ability to walk. That is iteration, that is experiment. And then you begin to work with your colleagues, you play, that is building teams, understanding and learning from each other. But more importantly, you also ask critical questions. Why does so thing happen? And why does it not, X does not happen? So critical questions gives you an insight into the working mechanisms of whatever you want to do. And finally, never give up to inertia. Inertia is what prevents us from discovering and from doing things. When an idea occurs to you, just use it. Just implement it. Don't wait for it. Thank you very much, Oga Amos.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. My comrade Yao, YZ Yao, that was, wow, that's very insightful. If I were still a student, which I won't know how to do it again, I would say then what you've just done is taking everyone back to their roots, and they have a whole lot of work to go do, because it does not matter what you do. We are responsible. You are responsible for creating a purpose out of why you are doing what you are currently doing as a young man or young woman. So thank you so very much once again, Minister Yao, and we are all very grateful, even our students. So I want to take questions now so that let us actually interact. Let's interact And sincerely, it's only when you have a question I want to see your hands up. I can see Abdulaziz Saliman. Let's see. Sani Liman, you can talk now. You can go ahead, sir. Yeah, Abdulaziz, let's hear your points. Let's hear your position, your advisory, or a question. You can unmute yourself. Abdulaziz may not be ready. So, who else? Any message, any question? Oh, many. Oh, I have even like I have someone here. I think yeah, you are co-host. Please go ahead, Mr. Chima. Let's hear you, Mr. Chima. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, Chima.
Oh, hi. Hello. Good morning.
Yes, I do say that you are Chima Ezeokoye, and you have done We Move Before We Move came about. Lucky, you have already moved. So you're welcome. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. And I would say, before it's my turn to speak officially, I would say a very big thank you to Mr. Denisa. I listened in key details into your presentation, and I must say it really struck, especially the parts where I'd let out a little bit of secrets, right?
Can your video be up? Can your video be up? Are you a young man or old man?
Oh, okay. Let me try that. Let me get my video.
Hey, look at how young he is. Oh damn, he's multi-CEO of many things. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. So I would really say I'll let in a little secret. So I graduated almost close to 10 years ago, and my certificate is still with my school, right? I basically haven't collected it, meaning that most of my engagements over the period of time that I've been working have been primarily things I can do with my hands and my head, right? And I think they're significant. I'll share them when I have the opportunity to speak. But Mr. Unisa, especially the part where you said certificates, money are not really core drivers of impact at this point. It's really when you have the ideas and then you have the technical know-how to execute them. Chances there are no limits to where you can really reach and all of that. I just wanted to drum in that point once again because it applies completely to myself. Thank you very much for sharing.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chiba. That was a very good one. Thank you. Okay, I'll have to. All right. So thank you so very much. I'm sure at your time we'll get to hear more. Let me get Mr. Mohamed Tajuddin. Mohamed Tajuddin.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Still morning.
Oh, still morning. Forgive me. Good morning. So actually, I did not log in earlier. I came into the meeting very late. Likewise yesterday. So I mean, my question is really now that we have such programs in Nigeria, I don't know if what are going to be the criteria for selecting students to be like lady ambassadors. In Nigeria, you don't actually, if you don't actually have a person, then just like the Indian man said yesterday, you have to know a person, know a person, then you have to pay that person's money before you can be able to, have a real connection. So as a student, my problem is I've designed and I've built so many applications. They're on the ground. I took it to the school did not accept it, and it's up to standard. In fact, I have a team that we created an application, and then the application is working somewhere else. But then my school did not really see that talent in me to accept that application as it's a free application I made to the school, but they didn't accept it. But now with this program, I can see that there is an opportunity for students like us to get our voiced out. So I don't know how do we get the chance? So that's my question. How do we get the chance to voice out our products out there?
Thank you so very much, Muhammad Tajuddin. That brings me to one session I may not have had properly on the program. Just to answer your question, my work for the last 10 years has been looking for, really searching what we call tech scouting for innovations from every part of this country, whether as an individual, a group of people, or government or institution. And you will actually agree with me that what I'm doing with students now is going to bring all those innovators I've identified over the years. All those people speaking here, they are strikers on their own. They have challenged themselves early in their early years, and they are products and they are innovators. And that's why I'm bringing all of them. I'm playing them like football field. I'm actually giving them jerseys so that they can actually interface with these undergraduates across the country to share their ideas with them. So this is actually why, if I have up to about 1,000 people who registered for this event and probably feel they are not attending this event, you can't actually put the value of what I put together between yesterday and today in terms of naira and kobo, because you won't get it. Okay, so answering your question, if you have a product, let me just permit me to share my screen right now. So I can quickly, please, presenter, just permit me share my screen so I can show the young man what his question response may be. Let me just share this screen briefly. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Now, permit me to just play this little jingle. Great. So that was like a teaser for us to know that innovations are built from different parts of the world. We're not the only ones. And Nigeria has been competing in the last 10 years And by the records, which I will also show you, Nigeria has been performing extremely well. But we say we can actually improve on our position and our current progress. We can actually improve on it. And improving on it is the main essence why I'm actually sacrificing my time to reach out to the student community for them to know that innovation, they can never regret it because it's actually your future. Now, there's this link here. There's this link here, which in the network that I've asked you, in my mail to you and everybody, you have a link where you can go there, just join the groups and everything. There's a link here that Nigerians are currently posting their jobs. And I'll be glad to show you what we have received so far. Every national expert across the world, they are doing this as I speak, because these are various nominations from the World Summit Awards for the 2020 edition. So, and I can share with you that in Nigeria, look at all this. These are innovators, young people like you. So people have posted products from different categories. We have things that are coming for health, e-learning, environment and green energy, culture, business and commerce, inclusion and empowerment, open government and citizens engagement. So Nigerians are actually innovating. But you know what? I do not want it to be from one side of the country. I want a general spread. And from our experience, the governor and the executive leadership of Zamfara has shown real, very good example by enforcing that people take this innovation, awareness program from the foundation seriously. So that is actually why we feel that it's not just going to sit back and look for money. It is actually the work from your hands, what you're able to produce. And how do you produce? You cannot produce without knowledge. And that is why we are bringing innovators from around the world to share and tell you a part of their lives so that you can actually learn from what they have done. I hope answers your question. You are free to submit a anytime on the network of Programos or the Innovation Bed Africa. And this is happening across every other African country and every other continent. Mr. Mohammed, does that answer your question, please? And you need to encourage other people around you to try innovate. If you've got jobs, bring it forward. Like our first speaker here showed you an environment where you can actually share an idea and other people that can help you might see you on that platform. And that was the very first speaker. That was exactly what the very first speaker spoke today. So it's not all in vain. I'm also an innovator. I run a software company and I've done this for more than 25 years. And I can bet you, like in the Nigerian capital market today, Nigeria is not using foreign systems. They are all local systems that we have met the appropriate best practices and our business process, and we have been top notch for over 20 years in Nigeria. And this is the capacity you find in the country. And this we can actually further expand as far the progress of this program that we're making. So thank you so much for that short time. And thanks again to my last speaker and all contributions. Do we have our next speaker? Let me just identify which of our next speakers is in the house. Wanted some confirmations before I take if I have any other questions. Does any other one has any question? I can see 1, 2, 3. Sadiq Bello. Sadiq Bello, please, can you share your point? Can you just unmute yourself? Let's see your video. Share your point, please. Hello. That is Sadiq Bello. Hello, that is Sadiq Bello. Okay. I have Shamsu Mohammed. Okay, Shamsu Mohammed, can we have your message, please? Oh, one more hand there. Shamsu Mohammed.
Good morning.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
Good morning. My name is Shamsu Mohammed. My message today is that I like what that Mr. Gentleman said about university. He said university is just a certificate, and he has said a lot, and thank him for his view. What I want to contribute for what he's saying is that here in Nigeria, especially in northern Nigeria, some of our colleagues that are graduated, they don't use the opportunity to learn something before they graduate. You can see many people, they have graduated and they don't have job. So what my message is that I want to tell my fellow Nigerians that now
Oh, sorry, I think Shamsu has a network issue there. Shamsu has a network issue there. Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You're on. So
thank you.
Okay.
Yes, like our president says in an interview, now every ministry has food. They don't have the places where they put their graduates. So my message is that I send my message to my fellow students that we are in school on campus now to start learning something. Like me, I am a plumber. I used to go for plumbing work after school so that I can take care of my graduation, my education. Even if I graduate, I may use that opportunity to go to my handwork before I get job. That is what my message is there. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Have
Mr.
a nice day.
Thank you. That was so kind, so nice of you to the rest of your colleagues. Thank you so very much. Let's also take Jamilu Saidu. Let's take Jamilu Saidu. Unmute yourself. Jamilu Saidu, you can unmute yourself. Okay, Jamilu Saidu, you can try that now. Okay, is Salim also willing to talk? More. Okay, just a little bit. Mubarak Hamza. Let me co-host you. Okay, Mubarak Hamza, can you speak now? Mubarak Hamza. Mubarak, you have the floor. Unmute yourself. Okay. I can imagine the network challenges most people have had. I also have Shumaro Shen. Shumaro Shen. Okay. Looks, Zabu Barak, go ahead, please. Hello, we're not getting your sound. We're not getting your sound. Wow. Okay. Okay, that's coming up. The sound came up now. Okay, we can hear you now. Go ahead. Go ahead, please. Go ahead. Wow. It's Mubarak, you're on. Okay, we still have sound problems from that end. Okay, let's have who else now? Let me try Abdul Hamid. Okay, is Abdulhamid ready? You can talk now. Just unmute yourself. Yeah, we have you. Go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Salim Megari. Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My name is Abdulhamid Bubakar. Bubakar. Yes, yes. Yeah, sir. We are very appreciative with this program, sir. But we need a PDF of this. Hello, sir.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay, sir. We need a PDF of this program if it is possible.
Right. I think that's just a message to the students to take the program seriously. Abdulhamid, I think that's that's also a very good message, and I think everybody is talking about that. I'm actually still confirming if I have.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please go ahead. Go ahead, please. Okay, go ahead. Wow. Right. I think we might just take the next speaker. We might just take the next speaker.
Hello, sir.
Okay, all right.
Okay, now you say we are very appreciating with this program, sir. But you need, if it's possible, to give us a PDF of this program. Hello, sir.
Yes, please. Mr. Abdulhamid, please go ahead. Just make your comment. Make your comment so that we can proceed. Just talk. We are listening. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I think really we have to just progress. Let me just get the next speaker so that we do not waste further time. I think in the house I can confirm. I can confirm Mr. Chima. I can confirm Mr. Chima. So okay. Right. So let me get on board Mr. Chima. Mr. Chima in the house?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please. Let's engage you right now so that I can actually see how I can get back on track with my program timing. Thanks.
Oh,
so
okay,
Mr.
great.
Chima is there. So let's have you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'll say all protocols duly observed. Greetings to all the panelists so far who are taking the floor before myself. And a major greetings to Programos, Mr. Amos Emmanuel, and the team behind Innovation Bed. A big shout out on your 10 years anniversary and many more years to go. Thanks for all you do. So I'll go very quickly to my presentation, and then I'll try to see how I can walk through it. I'm trying to get that open. Am I allowed to share my screen?
Oh, please go ahead. You're a co-host already.
Okay. So let me see. Share that. So yes, can you see it, please?
Yeah, it's here.
Okay, great. I'll try to be very quick because I noticed that we are trying to catch up on time, right? So I'll run through it as quickly as possible. So I'm here to discuss the A to Z of tourism and culture innovation for undergraduates of tertiary institutions. I also understand that a number of us here are not just we are not just undergraduates here. We have people who are already working class professionals and people who are recent graduates themselves. So I'll put that into perspective in my talk. So first, we would want to understand who is Chima, right? Chima Ezeokoyi is one of 3 co-founders of WeMove Technologies, right? WeMove Technologies was started in January 2018 officially. And then prior to WeMove, I was the head of corporate communications at V-Connect Global Services, right? V-Connect was the largest business listing platform in Nigeria, I could argue in Africa, back 2016, 2017, right? They led the progress of onboarding SMEs, more like we led the progress of onboarding SMEs onto the internet before Google My Business came to Nigeria. So we did a lot of that groundwork back then, right? I attended University of Benin, and I have a postgraduate certificate in marketing and communications from the International Business Management Institute, Berlin. So for this particular talk, right, it's around a project that I led for my team, the WeMove Tourism project. We call it a project because it's just like an offshoot of our primary business model, right? What I've achieved in that time frame is a number of them before 2017, but before 2007. But as of 2007, I was given an award by the Commonwealth of Nations. Right, 2014, I got one from GT Bank. 2019 is the interesting one. I got from Nigerian Travel Week. I was nominated the Young Tourism Personality for 2019, one of the nominees. And then 2021, this year as we speak, I'm currently nominated as the Rising Star for Tourism for the Pine Awards. Right, these are my personal achievements. But what has WeMove Technologies been able to achieve as an organization? I'm having a little bit of difficulty scrolling. So bear with me. So what have WeMove Technologies achieved? Right, WeMove Technologies primarily drives logistics and tourism. Those are 2 core areas that we've been able to focus on, right? For this particular talk, I'll be focusing on our area, our development around the tourism space, right? We've been able to build progressively a number of solutions that sort of help to bring together the more manual execution of tourism within Nigeria and a couple of African countries, and basically bring it together. Build out tech solutions that support these particular business models, build out tech platforms that support this particular business model. So we have built the first end-to-end self-sustaining servicing system for tourism that covers from the point where people learn tourism with our WeMove Learn, the tourism boot camp that we organize, right? Down to people onboarding their manual business operations online using the WeMove Planner, and then an e-commerce platform for experiences, for leisure experiences. That is what we call Rally. And then we built out a tourism community that helps people interact with one another, so that beyond just, so we understand, right, that people need to learn how to run the business. And then people need to actually run the business, but then they also need to connect to the customers who will purchase the goods that they are producing. So we built that platform underneath that supports all of that end-to-end process, right? Over this period of time, we've been privileged, right? Amongst others, this is where I give very big kudos to Mr. Emmanuel. We've been privileged to be nominated. We were privileged to be nominated in 2019 as one of the most innovative digital solutions in culture and tourism by the WSA World Summit Awards. Right, thank you, Mr. Emmanuel. I remember when we met. I remember the first day we met. I was making a presentation at the. But yes, we'll discuss that a little later. So ahead of that, we've also been, we got the Outstanding Entrepreneurship Award from KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa in 2019. And then also got an Addis Award from Silicon Valley, Award for Impact and Innovation from Silicon Valley in the United States. Right, so a couple of these gives testaments to what we've gone over time to build. First, from identifying where problems are, what the challenges are, figuring out ways that we can actually use this solution, these problems, and build out like platforms that can support the growth and development of this solution, and then support the people who are actually actualizing the business around this solution, and then see how we can give output to the community. As it's that process that I'll be describing over this presentation. Let me go back up a little bit so the tourism space, right? The first thing you would want to understand when you are tackling a challenge is when you are tackling an industry, right, is first, what are the challenges within that industry? A lot of times I'll give my real life experience with this. So I was tasked by my team to run this research. So I tried to sit down myself, say, okay, off the top of my head, what are the challenges that I think are the challenges of tourism within Nigeria? And I gave it my best thought, and I could come up with just about 7 of them. It was amazing. And then after that, that was my hypothesis. Then I went into the market to run a research with actual players within the industry. I ran a research with about 100 people. I got responses from about 33 industry players, right? And then out of those 33, they listed a total of about 45 of these challenges, as you can see on the screen, right? As these are the challenges that they are having within the industry, right? And then we took these challenges inward and developed it, looked through them and figured out, oh, we can only solve about 15 of these 45 challenges, because I mean, there's a limit to what we can do. Some of them have to do with government. Oh, the infrastructures are bad. Oh, there are bad roads. Oh, we can't meet up with people. Oh, there are bureaucracies, getting access, all of those things. Those are beyond our purview, right? So we picked up the particular ones that we are able to challenge. And then we started building out solutions to these, right? So the emphasis here is on methodology. First, to tackle, you choose an industry that you want to tackle within, and then you find the challenges within that industry. Preferably, if you're looking for challenges within the industry, it's better you ask people who are already participating in that industry, and those people give you real life view of what you need to know. Then when they've given you that information, you pick the information. A lot of it might be, especially at the start, might be things that you cannot tackle yourself initially. That's fine, right? But you go ahead and then you identify those ones that are within your purview of execution, and then you start to take them one after the other and build out solutions for this. This is what we did, and this is how we came up to this slides. Particularly happy because this is something that I led the team that actually did, so I can talk from a position of a more experiential position. So moving forward, then when we've identified the challenges, we started to say, okay, what are the things that we could do, or what's the opportunity that exists within this industry? First, to understand the tourism industry can be summarized in two words, leisure experiences, right? The tourism industry explains how you can basically make people happy through experiences, right? What's the value of these particular experiences? A couple of metrics show us that, I mean, we are in a good place, right? The US according to WTTC, it tells us that it's estimated that tourism contributes about 4.7 trillion US dollars, 5.5 of the world's GDP, right? For Africa, it contributes about 7% of African GDP. As of 2019, before the pandemic, it was the second, Africa had the second fastest growing tourism region in the world, just behind Asia, right? And then how much do people spend in hospitality and tourism? They spend about 261.8 billion US dollars, right? That sort of gives you a scope of what the market size is. And in playing in this market, of course, you can't capture the whole market. Then you start to think, okay, what chunk of this market, what part of this market can I actually take a hold of and sort of become an authority within this space? So we move a little bit further down to ask ourselves, so you as a young graduate, you as a student, you as someone who's looking for an industry to actually get into, you ask yourself, why should I join the tourism industry? While this is being presented for the industry, the methodology, remember, applies to whatever industry that you are going to venture into, right? So why should you join the industry? First, you should join it because the opportunities that are there are numerous. So I've gone, further research that we had done in the past sort of exposes all of the things that are available for you to do under the space. So when you think of tourism, the first thing that comes to people's mind is, oh, okay, let me go and see Mount Olumo Rock. Or maybe I should go see a museum and try to just see artifacts there. While that is nice, right? That is not all there is to it. You can basically break out into a number of others. You can be a catering manager, conference and events consultant, convention service director, travel agent, lodging manager, tour operator, food and beverage manager, food service supervisor, you name it, there are many. Down to being a local guide within your area. So what I would do, just to save our time, each of these areas are very wide and elaborate, right? What I'll do is I'll pick 2 or 3, and then I'll basically just explain them so that you get a feel of what it is, right? First, I'll pick the local guide. As an individual within a particular environment, even if you don't know anything, I mean, you know what your environment is like. There are people who know their space. There are people who know their state like the back of their hand. But usually that information to you might just be regular, nothing special about it. But you tend to realize that if you connect with the right community, you understand that there are people who come into your space for different purposes. Some come for business, some come to carry out research, some come for visitation. They want to understand your place. They want to know what your environment is like. Sometimes they come to cover news and the rest. They need someone to take them around. They need someone that knows the ground properly to lead them around. This gives you an opportunity to make some really good money. I know a PhD holder whose primary area of focus is within Badagry in Lagos State. I don't know how many of us know Badagry, but he knows Badagry like the back of his hand. So usually what he does is when he go out for those his training and those his, when he meets his colleagues, his PhD colleagues abroad, he brings them back to Nigeria and sort of takes them around Badagry to start to understand the rich cultural history that Badagry has to offer. And that way he makes, besides his, his full-time job, he makes additional income with that, right? That's sort of what you can achieve as a local guide, right? As a tour operator, you start to understand that there are times when people need to travel from one place to the other. A lot of us want to go to Dubai. Some have been there, some are hoping to go and all of that. But there are people who organize your trip from wherever you are all the way to Dubai and back, sort of curate that whole experience and make it seamless for you. That is a tour operator. These are things that you can pick up, learn, go into the market and start executing immediately. Join associations, join groups, join communities where these are that are driving these conversations, and then build up from there. The last part I'll basically point out is the hospitality and marketing sales manager. A number of us are amazing at sales. I mean, there are several things here and there that we can sell. That same skill set can easily be applied within the tourism space. And basically you sell out packages, you sell out deals, you sell out a couple of those things within the space. So this sort of creates sort of opens your mind up, I hope, to the large perspective that the tourism space offers. Next, I'll go down to, so how do you stay ahead, right? Once you've gone through your research, you found the industry, you've seen what the size of the market is, and you've sort of looked at the opportunities within the industry, and then you've decided, oh, okay, I want to actually venture into this space. I want to do this. How do you put yourself at the forefront? How do you take the center stage, right? To give an example is, we started our drive into the tourism space in the fourth quarter of 2018, right? I like to point out a particular TIDA conference, right, that brings together stakeholders of the tourism space. For a live conference, it's usually really big. The first time I attended in 2018, I was a stranger in that room. I didn't know anybody within the space. But the next year, when I was attending the same conference, I was called as one of the panelists, right? That was under 1 year. How did I do this? I found out ways to stay ahead of the game. First is in giving out, offering services. I try to figure out, okay, what pricing model is friendly? And how can I grow a network of people that will connect me to the other people who need the services that we offer, right? That network effect really took hold on Twitter, right? As of 2019, it was literally impossible. I would say literally impossible that you go on Twitter and you look for, oh, I need a vehicle for hire, for example, and you won't get at least 2 to 3 people mentioning, oh, have you reached out to WeMove or something? These are people that are not even under our payroll. These are just people who sort of keyed into the goodwill that the brand had, right? Another thing is you want to tie into convenience. You want it to be easy for people to access the product that you are selling, right? Tie into technology platforms. Make it easy for people to book. Make your service accessible and the information that you are sharing accessible using the internet. Sometimes there's a temptation, knowing that there are many opportunities within the industry, there's a temptation to try to do a lot of them at the same time. That's terrible. You want to focus on one thing or the other. Perfect one and then move to the other. So the next thing is guarantees. You only have one chance to make a first impression. And if you lose that, you probably lose it for life. So you want to make promises and live up to those promises. That is how you are going to build a brand that people recognize, that people want to associate with. They want to be able to say, if WeMove tells you that they are going to provide you this service, be rest assured that they are going to provide it up to the standard that is being promised. If that trust is breached, then there's a problem. The third is basically marketing. You can give people rewards, incentives to sort of drive that initial interest in what you're offering. So what's the community effect for the tourism services that we are offering, that we've done, right? There are basic things. You basically help people discover happiness. I mean, people that are enjoying themselves are usually happy, right? And then you grow and boost the economy, because as people are exchanging value, you are taking people from places. A lot of times, I'll give Lagos and a couple of the other states within Nigeria. Yes, I'm almost done. Yes. So you want to grow, you grow economic value, you boost wide-scale industrial development, drive revenue, you get people into the country that will exchange forex and a couple of those things, right? I think that's basically an overview of what I have to present to you today. I appreciate the time and I appreciate. Thank you, Mr. Ivers.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chiva. The remove that we have always had before we move.
Yes, yes.
Thank you so very much. You see, you have moved when, you know, when it was right and nice to move. So, but then we just discovered, don't worry, we're doing that. So thank you so very much. In fact, I'm sure any youth listening to you can understand why he has to just stand out. It's not about the school. It's not about your teacher. Your teacher has done his best. And in fact, you are on your own. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Please permit me to take one young man now to another, because we relate with very young people, young men and women, another young person, extremely very young person. His name is Oluwatosin Adelowo. He's a co-founder of Check It App. Check It App. I wish he can start by his stories. So let me confirm. Please, can you just help me help me raise your hand, Mr. Tosi, so I can co-host you. Let me raise your hand so I can see your connection. Excellent. Excellent. So let me, great. So you are now a co-host, and thank you so very much. I'm sure we all can see that is a young man.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I hope I am audible.
You are very audible. Man, you're so young, eh? We are very young people in the house. You know, very recently I saw in the papers things relating to Check It App and $500,000. How is this about?
Yes.
Well, people are begging for money here. Hello. Before we came in, people are begging for money, and I told them that it is actually the work of their palms that takes them to where the money is. Last year, in the pandemic, Check It App was the only Nigerian company that represented Africa at the Joseph Umdash Award. Is that right?
Yes, you're right.
And you landed Vienna prior to the lockdown. I was wondering how you survived because I was getting up to the next flight. I was glad to change my mind. But then I just give it to you guys because you always make Nigeria proud anytime. And you're even getting much more expansion, and I'm happy for your stories. Please get on the floor.
Thank you very, very much. All right, awesome. Thank you for having me. My name is Tosin. You can call me Tosin. And I'm here to share my story with you as regards how I came through university, starting Check It, and our journey till now. Like Mr. Amos rightly said, we recently closed our first investment round of $500,000 after several years of bootstrapping the company and trying to grow in the tough African ecosystem. Our story is like a motivation for everyone listening that it can be done. It might be tough, but truly it can be done. So let me give you a brief background about Check It. So Check It, we are a B2B2C company. What do I mean by B2B2C? It means we provide technology to businesses, and we also provide technologies for end users, consumers like you and I. So we help end consumers like you and I verify that products are original. So you can find a product and then use Check It App or our USSD solution to confirm if that product is original or fake. And then you also get rewarded for doing so. On the other side, for businesses, we help producers of FMCG and pharmaceutical products We help them protect or regain losses that from counterfeit products. We also help them run promotions aimed at their end consumers. So we make our money majorly from the producers. Our solutions for end consumers like you and I are 100% free. Check-it started in 2018, I joined the company as a co-founder. It started late 2018. I joined the company as a co-founder in 2019. My personal journey, I am a graduate of mechanical engineering from the University of Benin. So personally, I have always known that I wanted to do business in one form or the other. I had always known that I wanted to provide solutions to pressing problems we face on the African continent. In university, I tested my hands out in business, but not technology business. This was more or less the traditional buying and selling. So I had an aunt in the UK who I spoke to, and she would send clothes from the UK down to Nigeria, and I would sell to my fellow students back in the University of Benin. It taught me a lot about business. One of the major lessons it taught me was don't assume you have made money until the money is actually in the bank. So I made this error that I sold stuff to certain people who had bought from me on credit. And then I had already calculated the price that I had gotten on credit, like, oh, I've sold X amount of money, whereas I hadn't gotten the money from them. And then I started making expenses based on the presumption that I had made sales. At the end of the day, these debtors ended up defaulting, and I ended up having to cover some of these losses with my own personal funds. So it taught me a very valuable lesson that until funds is in your bank, don't count it as income earned. And then it taught me how best to arrange my finances and also be able to speak to people, because a lot of the sales was me being able to convince people face to face, like buy from me, which is a valuable lesson I have learned till today. It's in the ability to convince people to buy from you. If you're going to do any business in any sort or in any form, you have to be able to convince people, because I'm not just talking about people who will buy from you, even down to your employees, people who would work with you, your partners, people who will help you, your investors, people who will give you money. You have to be able to sell them a vision. You have to be able to sell them a great product that they can believe in and buy into your vision. So I learned how to sell from doing that as well. After university, towards the tail end of my university education was when I really got into the technology space. And I was fascinated when I first saw it. I was like, wow, so this existed all this while. People are doing great things like this. And the ability for you to scale, that's the ability for you to start small and start with very little resources and grow something very, very big was wow to me, because then I was reading stories about the Mark Zuckerbergs and the likes who were already, because from secondary school, I was used to MySpace, and then Facebook blossomed while I was in university. So I was seeing these stories about young persons who challenged the status quo of big corporations. And I was wowed. I was like, whoa, I would love to do this. And when I came out, I had stumbled upon an idea to launch a classified ads for students. I went with this idea into my NYSC. Funny story, while in my NYSC was where I met my current co-founder at Check-it. When we met in our NYSC camp in Benue State, and this is another advice I always try to give to people, be very, very deliberate about what you do with all your time. So I went into NYSC with the intention that, okay, I'm here to gather knowledge that would help me build my business. So while in service, I signed up for the Central Bank of Nigeria was I met my to be able to build this project that I had in my mind at that time. So I signed up for database management courses while in NYC, because the Federal Information Center in Benue State was conducting these programs. It was paid, it wasn't free. I actually paid for these things from my little NYC Alawi then. Because I was very deliberate. I knew what I wanted. I knew I wanted this knowledge to be able to build this business that was already forming in my head. I signed up for that. I signed up for web design classes as well. All this knowledge I gained while in NYC. And then I came out from NYC with the drive, yes, I want to build this business. I am ready for it. But guess what? As I came out, I discovered that, whoa, it's tougher than I thought, because now I needed money. I needed to get a team. I needed to do marketing. I needed to get people on board to help me build this solution. How do I get this money? It's basically tough. If I had known what I know now, if I had known it then, I think my journey would have been different. But as at then, opportunities that we have now were non-existent. So right now we have opportunities for grants. We have opportunities of businesses trying to support young entrepreneurs. Like Mr. Amos rightly said, we were in the Joseph Undash program last year. These are grants that free money that they want to help you build your business. They will give it to you if you can prove that you have a viable idea and you have a viable plan to actually bring that idea to life. As at that time, I did not know about grants and the likes, and they were not as mainstream as they are right now. So what was the next best thing? I had gotten skills from NYC. I knew that I had gotten skills, and I was like, okay, I would get a job to be able to raise money. So I started job hunting. I was job hunting because, and this is another advice I have for people, I was job hunting because I was seeing it as a means to save money, to be able to float my business. And I got a job. Now, you can be flexible about how you get your goals achieved. Be rigid about your goals, but be flexible about your approach. There are so many approaches to achieve your goals. Don't say, oh, I must only follow this path to achieve my goals. There are so many paths. Be flexible about it, but always have your goal at the back of your mind, which is what, as at that point, the tactic I had chosen. I said, okay, I will get a job. I got a job then, and in that job, which was even helped me learn. In that job, I was handling the IT and the digital business for a fintech company. This company was into providing short-term loans. I was handling their IT and digital business. I did this for about 2-3 years. I had saving money. And at this point, after doing this for about 2-3 years, and then because one thing I learned while doing this was how to scale projects, how to market projects digitally, and to do all this. So at the end of the day, I always say this: every stage you are in life is a learning process. If you fail to get the lessons from every challenge or every decision you take, you would fail to grow. So I was learning all along this process. I was taking a lot of online courses in how to market products digitally, in how to scale online business, in how to develop digital products. All this, they are free lessons. There are loads of free courses you can take online. YouTube was one of my greatest resources. I would give you this fact for free. When I started my job, on the first day of my job, they gave me my job description. Believe you me, on my job description, there were about 10 things. I could not do 8 of them. I didn't know how to do 8 of the things on my job description. I was like, whoa, how would I cope? I didn't wallow in my self-pity. The first thing I did was fire up my system, and I went on YouTube. I knew one thing, that if there was people who were doing these things, people who have done it, I can learn it. It's not rocket science. As far as it's not something overly complicated, I can learn it. I spent the first few weeks of my 9-to-5 job, I spent immersing myself in YouTube videos, practicalizing. As I'm learning it, I'm practicalizing it. Granted, I made mistakes. At a point, I broke the company's websites on a couple of occasions, but I had a boss who was lenient with me. When I broke the website, I would, sir, there's an error, but I will fix it. I will continue learning, and I fixed it. And guess what? before you knew it, I had tripled. The company started their online business from zero. They were getting about maybe 50 online loan applications. In less than how many months, they were getting over 1,000 loan applications. As at when I left the company, they're getting up to 50,000 loan applications per month. Mind you, I joined them without having this knowledge, but I was motivated, that I was adamant that I must learn it, which means my advice is this: there's nothing you can't learn. All it takes is time, discipline, and diligence, and persistence as well. You can learn anything, any skill. Is it web? Is it programming? You can learn it. Is it online marketing? You can learn it. Any skill you can learn it, but you just have to be disciplined. Exactly, and be persistent. It will take time, but it is doable. Yeah. So after this, I relocated to Lagos in 2018, and then coincidentally, my friend that I had met in NYC relocated back to Nigeria from Ghana, and then we reconnected, and he told me about this beautiful idea that he's about to float with, which was Check It at that time. And when we got talking, I loved the idea. I was like, let's do this. Let's do this. In 2019, beginning of 2019, I quit my 9-to-5 job. It was a calculated risk, and don't be afraid to take calculated risks. You might be comfortable in a situation, but here's the thing: if you do not take mind you, I'm not saying blind risk. I'm saying calculated risk. Calculated risk. Why was it calculated for me? I knew that I had learned, I had grown in the place where I was. I had equipped myself with enough skills to be able to scale a business. And I knew that I was going to be partnering with someone who had also put in the due diligence and the due time to actually acquire those skills. And then in 2019, we hit the market running. Also, I had savings. I had savings that I had saved up from my 9-to-5. And this is what we actually were able to still put into the business as well. A funny story, within the first 3 months of running Check It, my savings got extended. True story. Because we ran into, here's the thing, when you start running business, you hit problems that you did not even envisage for. We ran into certain problems and it was gone. What helped us? Grants. I will tell you this for free. If you're running a business, especially, there are grants out there for you. There are funding out there for you. As at that time, when our savings were exhausted, we got Tony Elumelu grants. So Elumelu is doing great things for Nigeria, for African entrepreneurs. Every year, he rewards thousands of entrepreneurs. If you have dreams of being an entrepreneur, you can check that out. Here's the thing: you have to have a clear idea about where you want your business to be and about how you want. It's very, very important. You need to be very, very clear about your vision and your goals and your plan. We got Tony Elumelu. Tony Elumelu helped us be able to take on, bring people on board and also push the business. Around that period, we got Facebook. We got into the Facebook Accelerator. And then Facebook Accelerator also gave us grants. These grants were able to help us recruit team members on the team and also give us access to market. Another important thing that has helped us is partnerships. So currently we have launched our business in Afghanistan. How did we get there? It's a partnership. We partnered with, because we deployed our technology on a blockchain network. So the partnership with the blockchain company was what got us access to the Afghanistan market, because the blockchain company was already in discussion with the Afghanistan government. And when we partnered with them, they say, hey guys, we can introduce you to these guys because they want to do a similar project that you guys can handle. And they introduced us free of charge, no marketing, partnership. Don't look out in whatever industry you want to play in. You can look out who are the major players, who are the major distributors, who are the major service providers. Partner with them. Together we can go further. That statement is extremely true. Sometimes you can partner even with your competition. So there are several ways you can partner with your competition. For example, you can partner with your competition to get reduced prices from suppliers. You get, there's so many ways. Always be on the lookout for ways to partner people to partner in whatever industry you are operating in. No matter what you do, there are people you can always partner with. You can partner with your friends who operate a different business to maybe to provide a synergized service. Always be on the lookout for partnership. It will help you a lot. And then from there, we got a couple of clients. We got our first clients, and here's the thing: when you get your first few clients, focus on them. Try to solve their needs, and always work with feedback. So when you work, don't think you know it all. Don't think you have the best solution. Listen to your users, to your clients, to your consumers. What don't you like? What is good? And this brings me to another advice. Don't wait for things to be perfect before you launch. It is a fallacy that will end up wasting your time. If you are waiting for it to be perfect, that I want it to be great, I want it to be without mistakes before you launch, guess what will happen? You will always keep pushing your launch date because there will always be something that can be better. But remember, you are building for users. You're not building for yourself. So what you think is perfect might not even be close to being perfect for the users. It might end up being rubbish, in quotes, for the users. So here's what you should do. Just build an MVP, the most minimum product that can be used, and go to the market quick. You will learn from your failures. Hit the market quick. When people start using your product, when people start using your solution, you start learning, you start refining it. That's when the real building starts, because you are building from user feedback. You're not building from what you think. It's very important. Go fast, fail fast, and learn fast. And from there on, we've been bootstrapping from revenue, personal fund, and then we started fundraising last year. And in the process of fundraising, here's an advice. Nobody would give you money to build your business if you have not shown them that you are organized. One of the most important things that helped us raise the funding, the investment that we have raised, is the organization that we have been able to put into place. So from documentation is very important. It is boring, but it's very important. Documenting your finances, documenting your processes. Every document you get, when if you have a purchase order from a client, document it. If you have a business plan, document it. If you have your finances, what you have sold last year, you should be documenting it somewhere. What you are selling this year, you should be documenting it somewhere. Don't rely on it is in my head. No investor will give you money for what's in your head. They will give you money for what they can see on paper. Document everything you do. Put it down on paper. It is boring work. That is the truth. It is boring work, but it is very, very important work, because that is what will show to people that this person knows what they are doing. This person has the structure to be able to build a business. The skills to build a business, to build $1 billion business, is learned when you are still small. It's not learned when you are big. It's learned when you are a very, very small business. And you have to inculcate those skills in your business as you start now. So yes, that's all I have to share. I welcome questions from everyone. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so very much, Oluwatosin Adilowo. Quite frankly, what you have just presented is the case behind the Innovation Bed Startups Opportunities Gateway, for which I would love, so sorry for our dear Dr. Daniela. I don't think you were here when she presented what we are doing on the Innovation Bed with her. She's actually joining us from Singapore, and of course, you know, it's midnight, so it's a whole lot of sacrifice still being with us in the beginning of the program. So I would like Dr. Daniela to share a bit with Check It Up on what he has spoken about, because it's actually that foundational thing, and I'm sure you can see where Check It Up and the guys in there with the experience they've got so far can help, right? So I would like you to listen to her so that you can have an idea, because Check It Up should go this with us to build this network of people that we can use to help all these entrepreneurs to build the opportunities, the ideas, and we're looking for opportunities for each and every one of them that might come to the platform. And Daniela is here to just talk about it briefly. Dr. Daniela, your floor. I can't get her sound. Her sound.
Okay. Hi, Tosun.
Hi, Dr. Daniela.
Hi. Thanks for sharing your documenting your journey. Really interesting. And I think you hit some topics which we were discussing earlier, like how to find partners, how to get started. You said also the uncertainty, all the doubt until you have it all together. And Emmanuel is actually on his website running a platform with our system, but it's actually, of course, in Nigeria anchored. Here's the link, and I said it earlier for those who haven't been there. So our ambition is basically to have an opportunity gateway where people can post their early stage ideas when they're maybe not as far as you are, but also if they are as far as you are. So if you want even more fundraising, let us know. It's a distributed network of platforms, and we can also, I'm sitting in Singapore, there's a lot of attention for Africa and interest in Africa. So if you want to connect, that's possible, but it's also domestic. We already explained it's also here for the educational institutions, early stage projects. And as I said earlier, we are very passionate about these points which you also made. It's so hard to get started and you feel some sort of pain occasionally. So here is basically what we try to offer, right? Share your haves and wants, and we try to help to find like-minded people. Of course, you can also reach out. So this is just a quick refresher. I will give, of course, Emmanuel has the link, and we'll also post
it. It would be great to share it with me.
Yes, yes.
All right, you have it.
Wonderful. Thank you, Emmanuel, for the booster shot.
So sorry to still have you up here. I'm sure you can jump into your bed right now. It's midnight over there, so I'm so happy and so appreciative of your time. Thank you, Thank you so much. In fact, that was a beautiful idea, having to check it up with the experience of where they are today. I've been a very, very happy person for some of my players, because I just called him up yesterday and gave him a jersey to play, and you can see he's a fine player.
Yeah.
So several other players I have in the house, and I want to confirm if I have Enyika or Mr. Jide Awe. Mr. Jide Awe, I'm sure if you're in the house, I want to play you right now. Everyone has my jerseys. Thank you again for checking out. Okay. Because I need to do, okay, I have any kind of house. Let me make him, I just saw him now. Let me make him a co-host. So, Enyika, please, is your floor. This gentleman, in all sincerity, very recently, I've not seen him in a long while. The last time I saw him was when he was a very young boy. But now he's a grown-up, bigger boy. And he also came up to tell me and say, oh, he's so appreciative. Do you know one thing? That they were able to secure some funds from the African Development Bank. And I will also charge him to start with that. Because other people are begging for money here. But please, you don't beg the money the wrong way. I don't even know how to look for credit. I don't even know how to look for money. Your work should get you to where your money is. So can we have Enyika, please? You are a co-host, so you should be able to strike. Let me tap on Enyika. Okay, it's like 2 accounts. He has 2 accounts. Let me confirm the accounts. I have done that too. It's like you have 2 accounts. Great. Okay, let me do that to the second one. Maybe that's the one you are connected to. You should be fine now. Go ahead, sir. You can unmute yourself now. I saw that you have 2 accounts connected, so you should be fine now. Okay, Mr. Yika, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Very well, very well. Oh, you're looking very young. I thought you'd be older than this. Come on. Oh, wow. I love these players of mine. Oh, great. The last time, were you in Morocco?
Yes.
You were in Morocco, right?
Yes, sir.
You were in Morocco for the African Content Awards.
Yes, sir.
Oh, this is beautiful. And this young man has done so much when he was in school. I'm also particularly very happy when he's on his own. He does everything. He's been on his own. There's no help and nothing. And I was so happy when I also heard from you recently. You also got some grants from the African Development Bank. How did you do it? I mean, are you borrowing from people? Are you begging? How did you do it? So please, fire on, please.
Okay. Standing on the existing protocol, I want to welcome everybody. Yes, actually, my presentation centered more on the students, which I call it my world after school. Because I believe that being a student, there are many things that you need to put in place that will help you that after your school, you can be able to succeed in the world that you find yourself. Like what Mr. Amos have already said, we came in contact since 2011, where then I was in school, and as God may have it, we submitted application as a student under World Summit Award, which we won under the region of Africa, under education category. And since then, we have been on our own, trying to build solutions around education, and that has been what has sustained us till date. First question, as a student, sometimes we ask a student, where do you want to work? Where can you graduate? Some of the answers they will always tell you is that I want to work in organization. Sorry, I'm having echo. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, so one of the responses that students always give us is that I want to work in a big company that is offering solid pay and benefits. I want to work in a company that is ranking high. I want to work with a big company, big bank, and multinational companies. But if we take this response, the question that I always ask students is, how many jobs are available as we speak today? And that leads me to one of the questions I also ask students, how many are you in the class? In our tertiary institution today, we find out that we graduate millions of people each year, and the jobs out there are not as big as the number of people that we graduate. So how can we separate ourselves as a multitude? How can we separate ourselves? How can we make ourselves to be unique? What do students need to do to prepare himself for the future? I will succeed that after I left my school, I will not depend on my parents. I will not be depending on people who I know, my experience, my knowledge, to be able to speak for me. Yes, I started my journey when I was, and it can really speak for me. And one of our presenters said today that since he graduated, he has not collected his certificate from the school. I'm a living testimony to that. I graduated from school since 2011. Since I graduated, I have not collected my original certificate. I have not certified anywhere. I have not tried because I was able to build my career while I was in school. So my skills is what is speaking to me, what is speaking for me. And this is what I want to share with my fellow students today. We can do the same. We can become whatever we want to become. We can pursue our career, but there's a mindset that we must have in place. And that's what I want to share with us today. What that has helped me is this question: what can I do as a student to prepare for the future? What can I do as a student to prepare for the future? And the answer I gave to myself then is that I need to pursue startup career here does not mean that I want to start my own business. But it's a mindset that anybody wants to succeed, that anybody want to work as a staff in an organization, but you want to be recognized, you want your skill to pay for you, then you need to have a startup, you need to build a startup career for yourself. It doesn't mean that you must own your own business. And building a startup career simply means that you need to start something yourself. You need to start something yourself. Now, starting something yourself here does not mean that you need to start up a business, no. But rather, you need to prepare yourself. You need to prepare yourself. You need to find out what exactly do I want to become so that you can be able to pursue it. And here, I'm going to share some tips that helps me to become whatever I am today, as I'm still dreaming to be bigger as day passes by. So I want to share with you some things that can help you prepare yourself for a startup career. And one of them is you must major in other things. What do I mean? Remember, this presentation, I'm talking more to the students. You must measure in other things. In educational system today, we are being taught more of theory than practical. And if we depend on the theory, we cannot be able to succeed. We cannot be able to become that we want to become. I am not saying that theory is not good. We need to understand the theory because it's the theory that we are practicalizing. But you need to find something that you are eager and willing to deep into as God has created you. And that means that you need to focus your attention and your investment on those things that matter to you. If you want to be a software developer, mean that while you are in school, studying the courses that relate to computer science as we are being taught, you need to enter into practical aspect of it. You need to find a place where you can be able to be groomed as a software developer. Meaning that while you are in school, you must major on another thing that is not just what you learn in your classroom, but you need to move a bit to acquire a clear knowledge of that you want to become. While I was in school, I was running my program as a student, but I registered in different programs, software development, website design. I have a lot of training that I undergo, and that's the reason why, as a student, I was able to win World Summit Award on the African region because I have better the knowledge. In fact, then I did not really understand that this event is majorly for businesses. But just imagine, we want that opportunity while we are a student. Now, outside this, another thing that you also need to pay attention to is that you must gain some technical literacy. What do I mean by that? You must get some technical literacy, that you need to consider learning some technical skill while you are a student. If you want to be a software developer, go and learn technical school that will help you to become a successful software developer. If you want to be mechanical engineering, look for a way to look for technical skill that will help you to become a mechanical engineer. You must step out of your comfort zone and try something new, which is the experience that you are going to acquire from outside your classroom. Because your classroom is teaching you theory, and that theory will frustrate you after you leave the school. And for you to build a good future, where as you are leaving the school, people are asking you, can you work with us? My organization do this, would you like to work with us? I have experience, I must say this, like what I said, while I was serving, I served in Ogun State, but I was working here in Lagos. Meaning that from the day one I left school, I started working instantly. I started working because I have this skill. The market is looking for it. I remember then, even while I was working in my company, a company came all the way from Abuja to seek for me to work with them here in Lagos. I said, man, no, I'm working with the company where I'm working. Why? They are looking for a skill that will complement what they are doing. But it does not mean that I'm the best. Sorry, please, don't say me to be the guru, don't say me to be the best. But I'm telling you my experience. And I'm saying, sharing this so that you, as a student, can be able to reason right, think right, and see life the way it is. Some people will be saying that after my graduation, I have been submitting an application, nobody's calling me. What is in your CV that is speaking that you have the skill, that you have the knowledge that is needed in that office where you apply? And for you to be able to have that opportunity and grab it means that you need to build some technical skill. Then another thing I want to share with you is that network and play the long game. I suffer for this. Why we started our startup, Nora Technologies Limited. I suffer for this because then I am not the type that socialize. I don't socialize too much. So when we started, it became a kind of, I need this. I now understand the importance for me to have a good network. Because if you have a good network, it will help your business and you can easily get people that will recommend you to company, to organization. My network is more of IT people, and of course, remember, your network is IT, and the people that you are, that's your network, is also doing similar thing you are doing. Therefore, you need to network outside your domain. It's very, very important. Attend program, attend event as many as you can, and share contact with people. It will help you as a student. And even if you want to, as you are leaving school, you want people to be calling you for a job, it's by people who knows you. It's by people you have interacted with. They are the people that will say, okay, you are finished. Can you come to Lagos? Can you come to Abuja? Would you like to do this kind of work? There's a space in this place. Would you like to take the job? These are networking. Please don't just feel that it's all about reading, writing the exam. No. The real world is beyond writing the exam. The real world is beyond you graduating. The real thing is the thing that you will be able to create for yourself around you as you are graduating, that will be speaking for you, so that your future will be well grounded. Now, after that, there's another thing I also want to say, which is leverage on your school resources and opportunity. Most of us are in school, but we don't care about what is happening around our school. My people, I am telling you that you must tap into entrepreneurial ecosystem at your school. And somebody may ask, where are the entrepreneurial ecosystem? Look at your classmates. Your classmates you are seeing today is one of your ecosystem. Your classmate today is part of your ecosystem because they are the one that may recommend you to their company. They are the one that may be able to tell you, say, okay, guys, this opportunity is available. Your classmate is one of your ecosystem. Now, I know, like we that study computer science, we have an association Most of us, while we're in school, we don't want to associate with our department groups. Sometimes we go for events, national, regional. Please participate on all these things because they help you to know people. They help you to build that ecosystem that we speak after your graduation. Some of us, we have one club like Rotary Club. Please, as many as you can, you begin to associate with people so that we have a good ecosystem that as you are graduating, you can share ideas. Just imagine the last presenter that talked about somebody he met while he was serving. And they are the one now that is building a business that's employing manpowers. Just imagine. Just imagine that when he served, he just put his hand and all his care is about that. Let the service finish. Let me go my way. Just imagine it. So leveraging on the resources available is a very key thing that you as a student need to start building. You may say that I'm the type that shine away. Everybody have limitation, but knowing that you have future and that future is in your hand, you need to walk out of your comfort zone. You need to leave some of those things you call limitation and throw them aside. I used to share with people that if I'm to look at my background, where I'm coming from, I will say that it will be difficult for me to succeed, but those things, I never look at them. I never look at them. I never look at them. My drive is always the future I see. That have always been my drive. And of course, I need to work extra mile to be able to acquire these things. Then another thing that I also want to share with us is what we call early failing. Fail early and often. Early you start, early you fail, and early you grow. If you start thinking right from your school, you will find out that your mistakes, you will start learning from your mistake in time. And of course, the more you learn from your mistake, the more you become a better person. So if you do not start in time, so it will also take you more extra years to become that you may be dreaming. So that is the reason why fail early and often so that you can be able to grow. Don't be afraid of failure. Anybody who wants to succeed must fail. And it's in the process of failing and learning that you can be able to see that which you do not know. So learn from your mistake and keep changing ahead. The more you make mistakes, you will see that you will charge yourself ahead. Maintain a positive attitude and also dedicate your time to the field of your study. Dedicate much of your time in the field of your study. It's very, very important. I want to become an engineer. Dedicate much of your time in searching of what a good engineer is all about. Not only knowing what it's all about, how can I become? Practice, go for places where you can practice. And of course, never stop thinking that growing has a limit. Anybody who wants to succeed, never grow. As we are talking about Facebook Zuckerberg, I will tell you that Facebook Zuckerberg will tell you that he have not grown. Why? Because there's something bigger that even as me and you is praising him, that is pursuing. So we can never stop growing. We can never stop growing. And that is the reason why even growing our social and entrepreneurial network can never be stopped. So let's continue to think how we can grow our social and our entrepreneurial network. Now, how would I say that? Let me share a little experience about me and NORAC. By God's grace, I'm co-founder of NORAC Technologies. But one of the things I also want to share with you, please permit me to say this. Even if you have a mindset to run your own business or to build your own company, please, after you graduate, make sure that you first of all have experience of the similar business that you want to start. Most of us make a lot of mistakes. I want to have a software company and I just finished school without any external knowledge. I just opened a software company, maybe because my daddy have money or because I was able to source money somewhere. Believe me, it will be very, very difficult for you to grow that business. You need experience from people who are already there. One of us have already said that the importance of learning from people in that your sector or domain matters, even if it's 6 months, even if it's 1 year, because I have that mindset that I'm not going to work forever. I have that mindset that I want to own my own software house. But what it was my first dream is that to work in a software company. And that is what I did. I first of all work in a software company. While we are building systems, I was paying attention. And one of the things that it brings out from me is that it made me to be one of the team leads in the company, because I give all my best, because I want to learn more, I want to know more, I want to really understand the integrities of software development. Not just that I can write code. I can write code, everybody can write code, but can you be able to build a system that people can use and recommend it for another person? There is a process, and you must learn it. And if you do not have that clear understanding of the business, it will take you much time to be able to build that business. So at this point, I feel like I've talked a lot. I think I have just 10 minutes. So now Mr. Amos said something about our relationship with African Development Bank. Yes, NORAC as a company, we started 2015. Like one of us here have said, 2015, while we started, 2016, we were able to get grants from Tony Elumelu, which we used to upstart the company. And of course, for you to be able to access fund or accept international relationship, you must prove that you are ready, and your document must show it, and your product must have that customer feedback that proves that really you are on it and you are ready to scale it. If there is no proof that you have been in the business, what is your customer, your relationship with your customer, and your readiness to scale up, because businesses have stages. When you start up business, that is when you will fail, make mistake, fight with customer do not pay, issues here and here. It looks as if you're making mistake. All of them is to build you for you to have a clear picture of the tomorrow. Now, after you will be able to do these things, and you cannot be able to start sourcing for fun. And of course, your readiness is part of the thing that the last speaker have already shared. Documentation, ensuring that your document is intact. And two, please, let me say this. One of the mistakes we also make in the startup ecosystem is that sometimes you want to do it alone. Please check all the people who have made it in this world. One person never built a company. That is the reason why even if you go to corporate affairs, one person cannot register a limited liability, except if you just want to register a business name. So it is important that we also know that even if you have an idea, you have your solution, collaborate with people. Have somebody that you can always discuss with. Because don't think that you know it all. You know it all will lead you to failure. Collaborate with people, share ideas with people. You grow the business to the point, after some point, we now start having what we call a corporate structuring, where you can now be able to bring people who will form your board, who will form your executive board. You need to open up to knowledge so that you will be guided. So at this point, I want to say a very big thank you for your audience. I appreciate Mr. Amos, because when he called me for this presentation, I said, sir, I would like to do it because I think if it's celebrating 10 years anniversary as a World Summit Award, so we also celebrating 10 years anniversary and the first winner of World Summit Award under the region of Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much there. Right. Young men sparring there in Nigeria. So happy. I'm so happy. This makes me glad. I actually would like to run more talks, more presentations so that we don't miss any of it. today being the last day, I was just imagining if this could just continue forever. That was very, very brilliant. Your footsteps, anybody should be able to know, because your first award, the first African recognition, you guys were still as students. So talking to students today, to me, is no mistake, because the beginning of my research is with people who are in school and what they must do with their lives. And I think this is actually the platform. And I'm sure as we also related with Check It Up, please ensure you stay close so that we can jointly put Innovation Bed Africa. What I'm doing is not only for the African environment. If my immediate society does not respect what I'm doing, my project is scalable to any other African country. Last year, we held an African Entrepreneurship Festival, and that was the first of its kind. We had 15 countries in that festival, and it was held online, virtually, within the pandemic. So even if you want to repeat it this year, you can be sure of more than 25 countries who are now ready for us to go live. And I'm sure we have to engage Africa and make sure that we improve our frequency, the quality of products that is leaving Africa for the outside world for rating. So thank you once again. Thank you. And your colleagues, I'm sure some of your guys were in Cyprus. I'm following up with him. Yes.
Yes, we are still together, but Anselm is now in Europe.
You can't tell me
and I think he also makes a good impact. He's a lecturer there now.
He's actually a lecturer in Europe.
Yes, he's a lecturer.
Talking about. So you can't never do less, because I know the boys are gone for since their childhood. So you guys are doing very greatly, and I give it to you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me just get on to my next very eminent industry personality, Mr. Jidor, Jide Awe. Mr. Jidor, he just tapped me that he was in the house. Mr. Jidor, please. Hello, Mr. Jide Awe. You have the floor, sir. Hello, Mr. Jidor. Sorry, I need to confirm his connection so I can make him a co-host. Okay, great. That should be the system called PC, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see if the system called PC. Okay. Allow multiple. I cannot confirm. Ask to unmute. Hello. Okay, are you on now?
Let me try again.
Okay. All right. Let's try again now. So we're just trying to connect our next speaker, please. Okay, great. I've connected. Oh, excellent. So you are now a co-host now. Mr. Jide Awe is now in the house. So thank you so very much, Mr. Ichuku, you've really done very well, as I'm sure your colleagues have watched you and have listened to you. So, yeah, Mr. Jidawe in the house. Good afternoon, sir. You're welcome, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. Nice to be here. And
Yes,
well done on all what you have been doing.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
So is your video okay?
Yes, let me try and confirm. I think it's okay.
Excellent, excellent, great.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, thank you. Mr. Jidawe is an industry veteran. I don't know which topic we have started or we've mentioned today that is not all a part of. So you get on to talk to us students, sir.
Oh, okay, okay. Thank you again for this opportunity. For this opportunity that students is kudos to Amos. He has been doing this consistently for 10 years. When he said 10 years, I said, wow, I didn't even know it was up to, you know, and, you know, we thank God for that. You know, it's part of his own passion to which, you know, some of the things that when I was trying to prepare for this, I said, you know, one of the things that you have to be, if you are an innovator, entrepreneur, is also passion. So he's demonstrating it himself with his own example. So I really thank God for this opportunity and this privilege. So let me go straight. You know, he told me it's a 10-minute thing. So I didn't, you know, just basically I listened to some previous presentations. I think before I was taken off by the connectivity problems. I listened to the move. I was really very interested, you know, very, very interested with the move presentation and how he has made his mark in the tourism and industry. So my own discussion, just sharing ideas, you know, because I believe I'm talking to students. Majority of the people here are students. This youth day, and we have so many students. We have so many youth in Nigeria. But we are in a riddle. I call it a kind of riddle. We have huge potential, and we also have huge issues that are still unresolved. And who is going to resolve them? I think that you know, it's time for the students to take over. It's time for the youth to take over. I mean, so what I can just do, maybe I share some of my own experiences, you know, and also my own ideas too. Because definitely we have a lot of challenges, both local and global. One of the things that I expect your young people to look at is, as we are looking at the challenges that are facing us locally, we should also realize that we are global citizens. So because look at how COVID has affected us. COVID did not start in Nigeria, but we are global citizens, it has affected us. So what does that mean? That means that we too have to be challenged to solve some of these problems. And don't just assume that maybe it is something that is far away. Climate change is affecting us. The impact of COVID is affecting us. The first thing is that he said you are students. And when you are students, there is a tendency that you look at students in science and technology courses. I want to start by raising that notion that innovation is about science and technology alone. I mean, innovation there is a concept in innovation known as non-linear. You do not even have to be the inventor of a product to be the one that innovates that product and makes it an innovation. You do not have to be the inventor. We know about people like Steve Jobs. How many things did Steve Jobs invent? But today, you cannot talk about innovation and entrepreneurship in the IT field without, you know, mentioning him. So it's not about science. It's not about whether you are studying communications, whether you are studying theater. There are certain things that I look at. Like I think it was the move guy that said he has not used his certificate. I think I made that aspect too, that he has not even. So it has been doing, and what most innovators have been doing are not necessarily related to This is the cost that understanding sometimes you bring in a lot of sophisticated products and services, but are they adding value? Are they creating value? Are they solving problems? Lot of talent, but we also, you understand, that is why we have the help
Sorry, we're sorry. Okay, I guess we have that connection seems to, but it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, I'm back.
That's right.
All right. So using me as an example, because I don't like to, let's be practical. When I set up my training school, what were the issues? The issue training. I'm trying to tell people, we now have to look at what are the existing training schools doing? How can we make things better? One of the things that we had, one of the issues we had at that time was that a lot of those training schools, they would teach you how to use computer in 6 months, in 9 months. I was amazed. Now, what does that mean? You understand? You go to the training school, and I have a friend who used to crack jokes about, is also in IT, and he said that I asked him, because he was longer in industry than me, that, what are these people teaching computer appreciation for 6 months, 9 months for? And he said that maybe, that time we had diskettes. Some of you may be too young to know what is diskette, but it's in your history lesson. So he said that maybe they are teaching them 10 ways of inserting a diskette in the diskette drive. That may be one lesson. Just making fun. So the issue was that there was a system and everybody accepted that system. So, but when we came up on board, we said, no, you don't have to spend 6 months. And computer literacy is practical. So let's start focusing on the practicals. It was expensive at that time because we didn't have access to, access the same way we have access to laptops and PCs at that time. But we decided to invest and we saw that there was a difference. I can tell you that I did not have all the resources. At that time, we started in Linkages and we bootstrapped. What do I mean? We used what we had. We used what we had. We operated from a boys' quarters, a room in a boys' quarters. And because we were actually giving people value, you find people that started coming to that boys' quarters until now decided to expand beyond that. What am I telling you? Innovation is about adding value. It's not necessarily about whether you are using technology or the amount of technology, whether you invented the technology. I didn't invent training. We are not the first people to do training in Nigeria. even the IT training. So it's not about being inventors. I could even have studied economics and done the same thing that I did. This is the thing I'm trying to tell you. So everything has to do with, do you understand what is going on? And are you ready to make that difference? Are you ready to add that value? So why is innovation so important? It's a key requirement. I told you about one of the pains that I have, which I'm sure that Mr. Amos too has, which is that Africa should be doing much better than it is doing. Talents have been, potential. We have the potential, but like I always tell people, what is the sense of potential that you cannot harness? So we can do much better. And I believe that innovation is one of the areas in which we can use to address unemployment, solve problems, utilize our talents, and address so many things that we are facing. We are facing poverty, food security, exclusion, environmental problem, HIV, health problems, all kinds of problems. But we are in the age of innovation now, and that age requires that, use ideas, use agility. Definitely the environment maybe can be more better in terms of encouraging innovators, but that's the whole essence. The environment itself not being okay, it's a challenge to innovators to see how they can go around that. Youth in particular, we need to start encouraging them now to see how can you use your skills, how can you use determination, how can you use and for the young people that are also online now, that are part of this, this is the way to go. I'm sorry, if whatever field that you study, whether it's agriculture, you cannot be using manual methods and think that you are going to go very far in agriculture. I mean, Mr. Amos has even demonstrated it several times with all these his call-outs. Every year he calls people out in tourism, in health, in agriculture. Come and show us what you are doing. You understand? And these guys are winning awards because they're actually making a difference. And so that's part of what I want to encourage you to really do. How do you do this thing? Think of your environment. I don't know if I've gone over the 10 minutes, but Mr. Amos, you gave me more than 10 minutes.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead, please. Go ahead, please. No, actually,
what's your environment? Think of your environment.
This direction is actually the main directions our students need. Hoping they will pick these words and fly with them. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, having knowledge. I'm not talking of a book knowledge, but I'm talking of have real knowledge of your environment, real knowledge of your space, real knowledge of where you are, knowledge of the issues that are affecting an area. If you are interested in the health area, you don't have to be a doctor to be an innovator in health. You don't have to have studied medicine. You don't have to be a nurse, but you have to have the interest in gaining the knowledge. And like has never been seen before, we have access to knowledge much, much more than before. Like I told you, things like internet, we are not even existing commonplace the way they are right now. So have that knowledge, have an understanding of the problem, not a superficial understanding, but have a deep understanding of the problem. What does it take to solve that problem? So that goes back again to what I said. You can invent something, but at the end of the day, it is not an innovation until you can see how that invention is going to solve real problems. So how do you know it's going to solve real problems? You must have an understanding of the real problem. So you have to learn. You have to, it's not just, that's why I so like the remove presentation. He told us about how he went into the industry and was, understanding what was going on, trying to know their pain points, trying to know the areas in which they have issues. And this is a question of interest. It's not because he studied terrorism, it's not because he studied tourism, but he had an interest in that area. And there are so many areas. I've mentioned some of them. It could be health, it could be tourism, it could be in business, it could be finance, it could be exclusion. It could even have to do with poverty. You understand? So critical to doing that is also what I call unlearning, that this is not the way things have to be. The way things are going now is not the way things have to be. Try to see things in a different way. That's how you become an innovator. If you see things the way everybody is seeing things, you might not be able to make a difference. So try to look at the way, look at them different, look at things differently, in such a way, not for the purpose of looking differently, but in such a way that you can actually add value. So at that time, when we were changing our courses to make them more practical, we actually made sure that these people who add value in terms of they were able to get jobs, there were connections to jobs, they were able to get jobs. So there was a value attached to what they were doing. It wasn't that. Critical to innovation, again, is teaming up. I don't think anybody does it on their own. So you don't have all the resources. Definitely, you cannot have all the resources, but learn to team up. When you have to look at other resources like technological resources. Even you might not be an inventor. That means you need technical resources from maybe somebody who is an inventor. So all this is part of teaming up. You understand? You combine your strengths together. It's not just about science and technology, but you have to have that capacity to team up because nobody knows it all. They look for sources of innovation. One of the things that causes a lot of depression for me every year is when I look at projects, research projects from universities. And you go, there was somebody that took a picture, and he took a picture of where they done those research projects. I just said, wow. The number of man hours that have gone into those research projects, and at the end of the day, they are not big. But these are sources of innovation. These are sources of innovation that we are not tapping into. And these are the areas that because I looked at different sources of innovation, and I feel that some of these areas we should also, apart from studying the trends. Some of you may want to study trends. What's happening in emerging technologies? What's happening in the field of health? What's happening in terms of the market? What's happening in terms of society? What's happening? Because definitely there are some innovation that due to COVID. So what's happening because of COVID? You understand? People have created innovations out of that. So you definitely have to measure, you monitor. You have to understand trends. You have to know what is going on. You understand? But there are certain other sources that are inherent, that are already available, even without the trends, that we are not tapping into. Perceptions have changed because things will change, and life is always changing. So ICT opportunities are always there that you can use. I'm glad that Mr. Amos uses this platform to promote ICT opportunities and use them in a way that they add value, in a way that they solve problems. And it's also been validated because the thing goes to the global level. So the global level, by getting our winners from Mr. Amos' platform, is validating it that what Mr. Amos is doing is the right thing. You understand? And so we need to encourage this kind of thing. And we need other people to also come on board. That this is the area. We are solving problems. Why are we, I mentioned an issue. We are a continent of huge potential, but huge problems. Why do we still have huge problems? Because we are still not solving enough problems. We still need more people to solve those problems. IC related, I've talked about your learning, I've talked about trends, I've talked about seeing things. Then also when you have an innovation, one of the things you should also do is accept feedback. It's part of having an innovation mentality. Accept feedback from people that you are connecting with. You understand? Listen not only to your own logic, but listen to the logic of other people, because you are doing a product for somebody, but that person will tell you this is how he wants it. And you are the producer of the product, you will say, but this is the better way. But the person that wants to consume it is telling you this is how he wants it. That's feedback. You may think you know better, but the person who is going to pay you money is telling you that this is how he wants it. And that is feedback. So listen, don't be consumed only by your own logic. And innovation entrepreneurship is another thing I wanted to just touch on before I end, which is the fact that, yes, innovation, you are talking of creating new products, new services, new ways of doing things, new processes, new practices. But you should also connect with the entrepreneurship angle, because that is what brings out the innovation and actually makes it profitable. You have created new value, but how does it diffuse within the economy? You need an entrepreneur. You need entrepreneurship reality that connects with the markets, that connects with the commercial aspect. You understand? So what I'm trying to say is that as an innovator, you should also think of entrepreneurship. Don't just end with, because my topic what I chose was from innovation possibilities to innovation reality. So the reality is also entrepreneurship. That's what I'm just trying to say. So entrepreneurship requires more in terms of marketing, in terms of understanding the market. It's not just about solving problem alone. Yes, your product solve problem, but can you sell it in the market? You understand what I'm saying? Are you giving people what they want? You are solving problem. I have seen your message. Thank you. 2 minutes. Yeah. You are solving problem, but are you giving people what they want? You understand? So that is also important. So that's entrepreneurship for you. It's not necessarily about inventing anything. It's not necessarily about innovating, but also making sure that that innovation actually is a reward, it gives you reward, it fills a market need, but it requires a lot of taking of risks. It requires a passion, like what I said, Mr. Amos has demonstrated, and is a very good example of passion. You understand? Somebody that has been doing this thing for 10 years without any stop, and he will always be on you. We are doing this thing, we are doing this thing. I say, this man has come again. You understand? But yes, I'm encouraged by him. I'm encouraged by his passion. And you have to also be passionate about whatever you are doing. So don't give excuses. Excuses do not show up in the scoreboard. Mr. Amos has 1,000 reasons to give excuses. You understand? You didn't study computer science. As far as I'm concerned, that's an excuse. These problems that we have do not question your qualification. They don't care about your qualification. They care about your contribution. They care about the problem you are solving. You understand? And this is why I want to encourage this, and I also want young people to. There are a lot of things that I want to say, but I think I've said the gist of what it is, so that I can give other people opportunities to make their contributions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, Mr. Gideon. In fact, if I leave you, of course, we'll do it all day. Because of timing, I'm trying to say, I have guests for a lot of experts around the world. In fact, I have just contacted one of our next speakers. His name is Dr. Charles Ahimian, and he's actually one of those very young lads who won the World Summit Awards at this very early and young age. But I would like to see his face now. I want to see whether he's now an older man, but then he's done so well, frankly, across so many societies around the world with his products called Omomi. He runs a company called Mobicure, and just as he's about to appear with us now, he's a medical doctor, and he's actually in the hospital right now with his wife. So you know what that means. And he's here to speak with us. So Dr. Charles Ahimian, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Dr. Charles, are you okay?
You hear me?
Excellent.
Okay, sorry, I was using headphones before, but
let me say apologies for the discomfort. I know your emergency and your timing, but at the same time,
no worries.
I appreciate your love, and thank you so much.
No problem. So let me try and even turn on my video for a short while to see if the network will hold.
It will be okay. Excellent.
Okay.
Big boy. He's not a bigger boy. He was very young before when he was being celebrated at the World Summit. Excellent. I'd love to see this.
I'm not that young anymore.
I don't think so.
Okay. So it's great to be here. I mean, really, for young people, as someone who's still a young person myself, I was listening to what that was the last speaker was saying, and he was very correct that really one of the most important things is really trying to solve a problem. I think the most important thing with innovation is whether you are 20 or 30 or 50, anything that solves a problem is an innovation. So an innovation doesn't have to be a totally new invention. So you don't have to create the cure for HIV before you say you're an innovator, right? Innovations usually are just little modifications or improvements on things that are already existing. For example, with the app that we created, Omomi, it was just trying to use, so the technology is already there, right? During the Obasanjo administration, and that's when mobile technology came into Nigeria. And since then, mobile technology has been getting better every year. So mobile technology is already there. People already have mobile phones. People already use the internet. So what we thought about then, 6-7 years ago was, how can we use, these mobile phones and put an application that mothers can use to, monitor the progress of themselves and their babies. That's an example of just a little thing that can actually solve a problem. And, I mean, years down the line, more than 45,000 people have directly used the platform. And then thousands more have been, indirectly affected. And talk about a woman who uses it, who, has a family of 4. And that app has affected the whole household, not just the woman. So that's an example. So really, I like what he picked up upon, whether you say, oh, I studied computer science or I studied medicine, the world has changed. Now, what you study in school really doesn't matter. If you want to pick up tech skills, there are 1,001 ways to do it. People are learning how to code through watching YouTube videos. People are learning how to do design by just watching YouTube videos. Now, everything is available on the internet for every young person. So there are no excuses anymore. Yes, I know the country is tougher than it was 5 years ago. That's the truth, right? However, there are now 10 times more opportunities than 5 years ago. So it's like an equalizing, it has evened out. It's harder, but there are more opportunities. So that's how we started. As Sir knows, Mr. Amos, when we started, we didn't have much. It was just 2 young people trying to put up something together. There was no funding. There was little support. WSA was one of the few people who recognized us at the time. But that's the thing. You have to start from somewhere and then just keep it going. Really, as long as you solve a problem. I think that's the thing. So if you're a young person here, if you look at your environment, maybe there's a problem with waste. There's a problem with health. People are not getting health information. There's a problem with maternal mortality. There's a problem with whatever the problem is. I mean, look at Nigeria now. We have unicorns. I mean, companies in Nigeria that are valued at over $1 billion. I mean, Flutterwave comes to mind. Companies that have been acquired by over $200 million in 2021. And these things are not going to change. We are going to have more and more of that. And it all starts with an idea. You have to be bold enough and you have to, put yourself out there to learn these skills. The world has changed. Anyone can basically create the future that they want now. This is not motivational. And for the young people watching, it's not motivational talk. I'm not a motivational speaker. Right. I am telling you things that, things that I have done, and it has worked out. I mean, they can check me out. I'm not, the child of one senator or one past head of state. I'm just a normal guy, right? And if I could, and I'm still even on a journey, right? So they can do the same too. So that's the advice I have for them. If you can find one problem to solve, you will be able to do what you want to do. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Charles. You know what? When you said you're just an ordinary man, we have many ordinary students in this forum, and most people think they just need to beg for money. I, for one, for what I'm doing, if I see a white man today and say, please, can you help me? I'm in Nigeria and see what I do. Guess what they will say to me? They're a black 419. So I will never even go close to them for looking for money. I'm happy that even these young guys now know how to present their projects and they're getting to pitch and getting money. And I'm quite happy. Can you talk to us about your funding opportunities? You have so much to do with the United States U.S. Embassy here in Nigeria, and quite a lot with the ambassador there. isn't this things coming after when people see what you have done? Let's just say about it, because you don't get this kind of knowledge or get into these opportunities without you doing something.
True. Well, I mean, for funding opportunities, it's a great question. And like I said, when we started, we didn't start with much. So funding opportunities comes in two ways.
Sorry,
nobody will
Emmanuel,
fund
Emmanuel, where's that your colleague, Emmanuel? What?
Owobu.
Owobu, that's right.
Yes,
Great.
yes.
Excellent, guys.
Yeah. So I mean, so the thing is, when we started, so nobody will fund something that is vague or in the air. People will fund. You need to show you're working, right? So when we started, we built something, so you could see that this is an app. The app works. The app had, even if it was 500 or 1,000 users at the time, right? So that is what anybody, whether it's the US Consulate or the US African Development Foundation, that is what they will, fund. They wouldn't just fund an idea that's in your head or that's in paper, because anybody can have anything in paper, right?
Thank you.
You have to start something. Now, when you do have something and you are showing your work and you're seeing that, oh, this is what we have been doing. 500 people are using it, and 200 people, 1,000, 2,000. Then you can start. I mean, now, like I said, opportunities abound. There are every day, there are probably like 5 different opportunities for funding, whether for $5,000 or $10,000 or $20,000 or 1 million naira. I mean, some of these young people know sites like opportunitydesk.org, opportunitiesforafricans.com. These are sites that 6 years ago, they were doing opportunities. 6 years after, today, they are still showing opportunities. WSA, how I knew about WSA was from one of these sites. I didn't know you before. I never met you before. I'd never heard about it. I saw it in one of these sites. I think it was opportunitydesk.org. The person who runs Opportunity Desk is another young person. I think she's 29 years old or 30 years old now, right? So there are different places to find opportunities, and they are there, right? So once you start being on the lookout for this thing, and it's competitive. The more you apply, the more you get better at it, and the more your chances of getting these things. So I mean, for young people, it's to not have the idea sometimes that, oh, all is hopeless and there's no hope. There is hope. I mean, look at me and look at other young people. 0 connections, and we are able to, move things in the right direction. So if we could do it, anybody can.
Thank you so very much. Of course, if you don't do it, who will do it for you? And of course, if you don't create your business, who will create the business to employ you? And that's exactly where we are today. And please look at it within a year. In 2 years' time in this country, writing an application for a job will be very unattractive, because even you yourself will be embarrassed that you are seeking for a job. It will be very embarrassing. That's already starting right now. So thank you so very much, Mr. Charles. I'm sure we've had your time, and I'm so appreciative of that connection. So I would like to proceed. I have so many young men here. So many people playing different parts on the field. It's been football fields since yesterday, and my jerseys are all over. Let me just tap on one other young man, very young man. I got to know him in one of the entrepreneurship talks I did at the Digital Bridge Institute in Oshodi. Do I have Mr. Udeme Udo in the house? Mr. Udeme Udo, are you in the house? So this young man actually was about 2 years ago, thereabout, 2 or 3 years ago, thereabout. So on that program,
2017.
Oh, excellent. That's him. I love your face. You're still a very young man.
Yes,
okay. So, that program, we actually had a first interaction was at the Digital Bridge Institute at Oshodi, right?
Yes, sir. 2017.
Excellent. That was 2017. Oh, great.
Yeah.
So you can see. That program was actually convened by by Dr. Muiz Banire.
Muiz, yes.
So I was just a facilitator in that program, and I was like, you stood out in one of the instances and what have you, and I think you've been following our programs, and I've been watching, and recently I'm happy that I was party to your book launch. And I said, if you can go this far and you can even put up a book in the midst of when people are saying things are impossible, I actually have to conscript you. I'll give you a jersey. Was this 7 you are playing today or goalkeeper? So please, play on. You're on the field. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you so much, my boss. I used to call him my boss, and that's what you are. Yes. I've drawn so much inspiration from you. I've drawn so much motivation from you. I've always looked up to be like you. Thank you so much. Yeah, and I also want to use this opportunity to thank the organizers of this event, for those that have collaborated with my boss to organize this event. I'm grateful. I'm so appreciating. May God bless you all. And then I also want to thank all the speakers that have presented so far. I really learned a lot. I must say it's an amazing moment. It is a moment, it's a moment I will not forget in a hearse. So thank you so much for, boss, thank you for bringing these powerful people together. Yes, it is huge. I must say it is huge. Okay, so, and then I also want to thank all the young people in the house. It gladdens my heart when I as a young person, I am in the midst of young people also. Yes, we are the leaders of today, and we have to stand to our feet and prove that point that we are the leaders of today by innovating in whatever field we find ourselves. I believe that. Having said that, I want to proceed by saying quickly that I will be sharing my screen.
Please go ahead. You have a co-host authority.
Yeah. Okay. One minute.
Yeah, it's coming up.
Okay. Okay. Hope we can see the screen now. All right.
You can see it.
Okay, so while this screen is on, I'll be speaking to my fellow young people in the house. My name is Udeme Udo, just like my boss rightly said. I finished from the University of Ibadan, where I studied educational management and economics. And so far, I've been practicing as a financial analyst. But besides being a financial analyst, I've had several opportunities to work with young people and to lead young people. In fact, I want to say that I started leading young people right from when I was a teenager. Okay, so from the religious cycle to the social space, I've always had opportunity to lead young people. Currently, I am the Director of Administration for Hope for Us Charity, an NGO that is also focused on improving the education of young people. I have worked with Youth Mind Alignment and Development Center, where we train young people on leadership and entrepreneurship. So all my life, I have devoted to working with young people and leading young people. And in all these years, I came to discover that we all share something very similar. And what is that? As young people, we all aspire to succeed, and we all aspire to live a fulfilled life. But despite this aspiration, I have also discovered that majority of us lack a sense of direction, and we also lack a sense of personal conviction. What do I mean? For example, if you take statistics of undergraduate students in the university, you will discover that a huge number of them, majority of them, do not have personal conviction for what they are studying. Some of them are studying what they are studying because their parents. Some are studying it because they couldn't meet the entry requirements for their desired course. And you see, because of this lack of direction, some of them, they lose focus. Some of them get distracted. Some of them cannot pursue some of them cannot conceive goals and not conceive visions and pursue those visions to achievement. So having discovered this, I asked myself, how can I give the youths, my fellow youth, a sense of direction? How can I provide this sense of direction? As a youth myself, I started practicing principles of self-leadership. And I shared it also with youths that were within the cycle of my influence. Over the years, these principles worked for me, and it also worked for those I shared with. And because they worked for me and worked for those I shared with, I decided that I was going to put it down in a book for a wider audience. And that book is what I call Principles of Self-Leadership. This book was launched July 31st, 2021. And I am glad to tell you that Mr. Emmanuel Amos, who has been very passionate about developing young people, graciously graced that occasion. And I'm always grateful to him for that. The book is available on Amazon, but for those residents in Nigeria, if you want to get it, you can contact me directly. So my contacts are on the screen. My WhatsApp number is there. My call lines are also displayed. You can also send me an email through my email address. And then for those of you that are on Facebook, my Facebook handle is there, demo.001. And you can also send me a request on LinkedIn. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen now. And I would like to interact. For those that would like to maybe have a question, I can attend to a few questions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Udeme Udo. I want to halt at this moment and take messages. Please permit me to allow some people to speak about today's event. Let me first, let me see whether, okay, I have my former head of house. I have my former head of house here. Mrs. Melafia, how are you? You are a co-host. Please, can you be active? Please, can you just tell us what has been today's position? What has been today's program like? So she, okay, it looks, she's even driving, but at any rate, she was the former head of house. For this to happen, Innovation Bed is like a reality innovation environment. It's actually like what you call your big brother Nigeria, but we are held virtually and we are camped virtually, and we make things to happen in any part of this country. So Ms. Melafia is actually the Innovation Bed rep for Zamfara State. And I'm sure you all know the importance of this program, how important that His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Zamfara State has holds this program. So I want to just hear from you, Madam. How has today fared? We cannot hear you. Your sound. Oh, sorry, we can't get her sound.
I should remove the earpiece.
Excellent. It's better now, yes.
It's another wonderful day today, just like yesterday. The speakers are so wonderful, and it's so educative. In fact, I'm coming from the Federal University Gusau, where I met their ICT officials, and I show them what their students are doing and what we all are up to. And I believe they are going to be the best. Zamfara State students will be the best, and I'm sure they will use what they have gained they'll bring out the best out of them. We will have so many projects to present very soon, I'm very sure, because the speakers are wonderful and they have explained a lot. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for attending.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I know, yeah, it's actually mass attack, mass defense. Do I have any other housemates in the house? Any other housemates? Alaba? Adamawa? Do I have any other housemates in the house? Oh, yeah, please. You are now a co-host, Ziklimatsu from Gombe. Yes. Ziklimatsu, you are, okay, Ziklimatsu from Gombe. You are, please just share with us what you have had today. I know you've been having exams, yes, and you've been having colds because of exams.
Yes,
but it was nice. You had a very wonderful partner, colleague,
yes,
Mukhtar Mohammed, who has been doing great while you were away. So, what do you think of today's event?
Good afternoon, everyone. It is nice seeing you all, and then I am so happy to see all the participants and then the organizers of this big event. We are very grateful, and we hope that this initiative should not stop here. We hope that this is just the beginning of this program. We hope to see many of it coming up, and then we also we are also grateful for the speakers. They did well, and then all the organizers, they did also well too. We are so happy for that. Thank you very much. Bye everyone.
Thank you, Kimatsu. We're so happy to hear that. So happy to get that feedback. Is there any other housemate?
And also, I am with Dr. Hassan right now.
Okay.
And she's saying hi to you. Yes.
I do not remember too well.
Yes.
I may not remember too well, but then the blessings and all the best. And please, my regards to the Honorable Commissioner. We've not been speaking for some time, but obviously I didn't forget. But then she too should also engage so that we can take this to some other level. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah. So any other housemates, Innovation Bed housemates in the house? Let me tap on another industry expert in our midst to hear his word. Mr. Emmanuel Udotong, you are now a co-host. Please let me just hear what you feel about this program for the students. Mr. Udotong, sir? Hello, Mr. Udotong.
Yes, I really thank you very well. I really appreciate what is happening here in the ICT industry.
Yes.
I really appreciate, and it's my pleasure to be part of it. From yesterday, I attended all through. Today, I attended all through. So I really thank Mr. Emmanuel Amos for thinking this way. Our children, our students have been, their mind has been blown up. So, and they will not be the same again. But we here, over here in ICT, we are looking forward for some talented innovators to incubate them, pay them, establish them. So if there are some people that need such, please, they should be filled. In fact, I would discuss with them. They should be feel free to contact us because we really need them. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir. I quite appreciate you. Please let me recognize Mansour Suleiman. Mansour Suleiman. So please, Mansour Suleiman, you have the floor. You are now with every power to talk, sir. How are you? Unmute yourself and speak. What school are you? What year? What profession? What course of study?
Hello, good morning, sir. I'm from Zamfara State.
Oh, Zamfara too, eh? All right, let's go. So how are you? What school? What year? What's your plan?
I'm into BSc. I'm studying BSc Public Health. Yes, in Zamfara State University. Yes. I was with you people since yesterday, was following up, and I really enjoyed the program. This is what we need in this country so that to improve the intellectual capacity of the upcoming students. Thank you. I really thank you enough just for sharing your ideas to the other students so that to know what they are doing.
Yeah, I'm sure as a student of public health, did you listen to the guys, the guy in charge of medical? That's Dr. Charles. He's actually, he had innovation in the area of public health, which takes care of this, antenatal issues of, women. And he's been doing that. It's not only in Nigeria that benefits, so many people, so many women across the world. So that's exactly what we are saying, that your public health course content has so much that you need to go back. Put your exam on one row, put your innovative track on another row. Think of what you can do in that area that can turn to money. So as you step out, you're already a valued person in the health ecosystem. So thank you so very much. Please let me just take. Thank you very much. Thank you. So you can mute yourself. So let us take more people. I love today that people are well behaved. It's not as rowdy as yesterday. Please let me take. These are some of the ones that we could not control so well. But then, please permit me to. Mubarak, are you ready to talk now? So, Mubarak Abubakar, your floor. Mubarak Abubakar. Unmute yourself. Yes, go ahead.
Sir, are you hearing?
We can hear you now. Yes, we can hear you.
You are hearing me, sir?
What school? Yeah, we can hear you. What school? What year? What course? Let's go.
So I'm Mubarak G. Abubakar. I'm studying in Zamfara State, and I'm studying in College of Agric and Animal Science, Bakura.
Excellent.
And I'm animal scientist. This is my first year in the College of Agric and Animal Science.
Were you there when this speaker, Derek Gaku from Kenya, presented his agricultural experience?
Yes.
Were you there when the speaker from Kenya presented his agricultural experience as a young man from school? Did you listen to his paper? Okay, don't worry. All these videos, all these papers will be on your program page very soon. I'm going to write everybody about this. So please let me take on Schwaibu. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me take on Schwaibu. Yeah, let me take on Schwaibu. I just want us to interact very well now before we can wrap up. Now, because we have beaten so much time, I may not be able to take certain speakers. And our speaker from Harrisburg University may just be waking up now, and we have actually encroached on his time, and he may have another meeting, and that's what I might think. I think even the local speakers, I may not have time to take everybody, if at all. But then, Mr. Shribu Isa, please, can you speak?
Hello, sir.
Good morning. Good afternoon, rather. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. How is it?
Everybody is doing well here.
It's Shribu Isa from Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, Computer Science.
Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. What state is that?
Bauchi State.
Bauchi State. Excellent. Yes. Oh, after Taraba. Sorry, after sorry. What I'm saying is that after Zamfara, the next in the total number of scores of registration we got was Bauchi, because in Zamfara alone we recorded. In Zamfara alone we recorded 500 plus. So Bauchi was recording 200. So all total we have 1,000 plus. So, but then people just registered and they are not in class. But then please share your experience and share what you think you got.
Oh, yes, but unfortunately, it's yesterday that I attended the class fully. For today, it's just now that I come out from lectures. I did not get to attend the lectures from early morning.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay, but then how do you see this program, and what do you think can happen to this program in future?
It's very nice ideas. It's very good. We really need this kind of innovations in our area and this our country very seriously.
So, and from this, because I told you this is actually research to me, some of the things I've been able to take care out is that our internet data is pretty expensive for students. That means it looks as if nobody is caring about how students can take advantage of the internet and make the best for themselves. And two, as internet quality in many parts of the country is still a mess. It's actually completely, in fact, it's highly very disappointing. And this is only the kind of research I can put together so that I can use to be able to establish the true last man penetration of internet connectivity in Nigeria. And it shouldn't be by word of mouth, and it shouldn't be within conferences and we are, sharing information that are not accurate about Nigeria. To be frank with you, we rather need to go back to the basics to provide our 4G very well, where even possible the 0G should even work for students. So I think this is really a mess, because if students do not have access to the internet, they can never take advantage of what we are even talking about under this kind of infrastructure or whatever that we find here. So let me just take Robert Akauyao. Robert. Robert, please share your message, share your words. Unmute yourself. Excellent. Robert, you have the floor. Robert, you have the floor. If Mrs. Otru is on standby, I would like to hear a word from you. Robert Akauyao, you have the floor. Okay. Let me try someone else. Ghazali Musa. Ghazali Musa. Oh, sorry. Oh, Robert, you are in. Okay, Robert, okay, please go ahead. Robert, go ahead. Robert, go ahead. Oh, we can't get your sound.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Robert, all the way from Adamawa State University.
Adamawa, let's go. What was that? That's good. Please go ahead.
Yeah, actually, kudos to you guys. We are really grateful for organizing this program. I'm a student of business admin.
Oh.
Yeah, field of specialization management.
Excellent.
Yes, so I would like to say I have impacted more on this program, and I'm really grateful, sir.
It's impacted you, no problem, no problem. So please, what we just say is go back to your profession. Within business administration, there's a million and one opportunities. You need to discover this while in school. If you step out and you didn't discover this on your own, you'll be in confusion.
Yeah.
You understand? Yes. Most of the players that have played here yesterday, today, had to discover themselves while they were in school. And that's the bitter truth. Now, some of us will ask us to say that, oh, I need money. Nothing starts with money. If I see money today, I will not be doing what I'm doing today. I'll be playing in the Bahamas. Yes. Yeah. And I'm sure everybody here likes enjoyment, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Let's actually hear from, Ghazali Musa, you can talk now, please. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for this opportunity. I'm Ghazali Musa Jirgi from Zamfara.
Zamfara, great.
Yes, sir. I'm a graduate of agronomy, soil and crop option. So I really appreciate this opportunity because I learned a lot from Mr. Garku's discussion on agriculture and entrepreneurship.
That was why I brought him here.
Sir, he gave a statistics. I don't know if I got it right, that the average age of farmers in Africa is around 60.
Please unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
Okay, sir.
Excellent.
Okay. Sir, you see, and then average age in Africa is 21, as he said.
There's a funny sound coming from your end. I thought it was somebody else.
No, I'm outside. Maybe I need to get.
Okay, go ahead. Just go ahead. Keep talking. We'll be good. Keep talking.
Okay, sir. So, sir, what I learned was I graduated and I had some training from some guy. I have seen so many things I have passion in, but sir, I have been discouraged by the number of youths that I want to organize and make a team. So, but with these discussions I had, I have been motivated to also look for alternatives. You know, for instance, I am planning for a zero waste agricultural integration, whereby I can use the waste from my cultivation, like the debris and the what do you have for biofuels, or what do you call it, to generate gas, cooking gas. Right. So I have been thinking of this, but you see, I'm an agronomist, and then I need somebody that is an expert in engineering and what have you.
Thank you. I think I got your drive. Let me just chip in this so that we don't waste any time. I have your, okay. I understand your problem. Now, the matter is, you have an idea based on who you are. There is actually some set of things that you can do as a person. But guess what? Yes. When you hear startup, when you hear business opportunities or innovation ventures, you don't go alone. Yes, you need people of like minds who have other professions or other skills. Like say programming, for instance, you will need an IT partner. You will need the other partner. But one thing I must tell you, even forming alliances is one of the biggest challenges ever. Forming alliances has been one of the biggest challenges ever. So you really would need certain mentoring from people who have gone this path and gone this way before to guide. And that is where sometimes you have some of these business angels and what have you, they call themselves, and what have you, because it's just for them to be able to groom all the partnering elements together so that they can understand where their common goal is. But I can assure you, even for me, alliances of one man, the next man, and the third man in Nigeria is a major problem. Because on one hand, you need to protect your intellectual property, and there are nothing like intellectual property laws. When I was pirated, and I had to make a civil case before this, the police was asking me, what is the color of my software that they stole? Meaning that if I were to look for justice, I can never see justice because even the police does not even understand my problem. So you can actually understand the way and manner some of us into entrepreneurship suffer just because we are not being able to put the right things in place by way of leadership. And I think this is actually a very important point. But if you can actually resolve partnership alliances, then you are home and dry. Indeed. Thank you so very much. Let me hear from other people because I have many hands. Oh, please, let me take my deputy head of house. Deputy head of house, please, you can talk. You are a co-host already, please. Deputy head of house. Let me respect my housemates, please. Oh, okay, maybe you are logged out before because I had given you that authority. Okay, fine, I'm just doing that now. So, deputy head of house, please go ahead. Oh, you were deputy head of house in the last regime.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Hamza.
I would like to appreciate every youth on board, and I also like to appreciate our AE for this contribution. I also like to support our guest speakers. Yesterday, I want to kind of appreciate everybody, but time did not permit me. Even this morning too, rain since from last night, I think rain is all over until this evening, I think. So on this topic, first of all, I have to introduce myself. My name is Hamza Yuguda from Taraba State. That's the Deputy House. I study computer science / network administrator. So in my own aspect to contribute to the development of youth in Nigeria is everywhere you find yourself, everywhere you are, you have a skill, you need to kind of contribute. If you can't solve a problem in your community, automatically you need to check yourself because the society we are in now is what can you do as a youth? What can you contribute to the development of the nation at large? So the beautiful thing that I always put myself is I focus. Anywhere we are, we have to focus, put determination, bring out our skills. Everybody have a skills. Everybody have a potential. Everybody can do it. Whether you study agri, whether you study mass communication, you have a field to participate. So I want to encourage everybody from every angle, from every course, from every high institution you study, please just contribute your quota. I know we cannot do all, but at least let's have a skill. Because in the nation where we are now, I think everybody needs to have a skill. If you don't have a skill, try to learn any kind of a skill because technology is picking everybody and nobody will left behind. So from my own part here, I so much appreciate every one of us here that we are on board. And I also thank Amos Emmanuel for this wonderful initiative because I think once he told me he was trying to build this initiative for the past 10 years, I was like, wow, someone old like this is trying to build something innovation for youth. I think he come from a very long way to kind of bring this initiative. But see now, today at least we can see ourselves on Zoom meeting. We can come up together, bring ideas. This is a team network. This is why I say network can speak. I really appreciate everybody. So I love this network. This network is not only in North. This network is all over the world. I really love this network because everybody now, people from China, people from UK, people from Canada, across the whole world, at least see now, we are brainstorming, discussing, bringing innovation. At least this is a wonderful, how I believe maybe our president can support this. At least we can bring a lot of youth out of the street. So thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, my deputy head of house. Thank you so much. And please, Usman Gurin, please take your floor. You can unmute yourself and speak.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm speaking from Modibo Adama University of Technology. Hola.
Excellent. Your Vice Chancellor He's a very, very, very good friend of mine. I had an opportunity of a program that we shared together. He is aware of this program, and I think it's just that we really did not engage him long enough. More of your students would have participated. But thank God for your state representative on Innovation Bed, Saad. He's actually done a great job. He did a very, very great job, and I think we all give it to him. Yes, sir, please go ahead.
So I would like to thank all the presenters and especially you on this program. Indeed, we learn a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so very much. That was smart. Let me take Usman Abubakar. Sorry, I'll come to you. Yes, here. Usman Abubakar. Yeah, Usman Abubakar, you have the floor. You can unmute yourself and go ahead. Unmute yourself. Usman Abubakar, unmute yourself. Okay, go ahead, please. Oh, great.
Hello,
We can hear you.
Can you
Yes,
hear me?
go, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, my name first of all is Abubakar Osman Rabiu, and I'm talking from Bauchi State Federal Polytechnic, Bauchi.
Excellent, excellent.
Yeah,
You
obviously,
remind me, hello,
Yeah.
Osman. You remind me of when I was in school. When I do like this, I must be solving mathematics. Is that what you're doing currently?
Oh, yeah. Even me too. I just finished solving accounting problem because I am having exam tomorrow
So please
with
go ahead.
accountant.
Excellent. Go
So
ahead.
we are just
I love that.
we
I
are
love
just
that.
having calculation and other things like that.
Excellent. Because when we
So
were
obviously
simplet like this, you don't mind. I know that. Go ahead.
Yeah. Even now we are at the hostel room. So thank you very much. This is a great innovation. Obviously, we are very grateful. We have had a lot, and this thing is boosting our courage and effort towards establishing new things which we can help ourselves. Such is a great innovation. We are thanking you for bringing up this talent out to share with us. So thank you very much. We really appreciate that.
Merci beaucoup. The French will say, Usman Abubakar Rabiu, merci. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We are really grateful.
I know. Quite appreciate it.
So,
let me just take a message from Yasir.
Okay, so thank you very much. You can go ahead.
Yasir, yes, thanks. So Yasir, I'm now making you a co-host. So let's share together your thoughts to your friends and everyone. Yeah, Yasir. I'm familiar. I've seen this place before. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm really appreciate this program. You there, sir? Hello.
Okay. Okay, now unmute yourself now. You'll be able to speak alone.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
You really did a great job. Assuming I'm in school, I'll be like, I'll later continue.
That's it.
Thank you very much.
Now you're talking, yeah.
Since in the morning around 10:30 when the program started from our first speaker, Ms. Danielle Aba.
Yes.
I'm online, I had a lot and I learned a lot. This is the best among all the programs that I've been attended online. I have learned a lot.
That's right.
Like being a student or being a graduate now in Nigeria, I don't know for other countries because I'm living in Nigeria, that's what I can speak for. That does not guarantee that you are going to get work.
You're right.
Now it's for you to learn skill, know what you are capable of doing. Go learn it, put zeal for that. So that after your graduation, like after your schooling, you'll be able to stand on your feet. I really learned a lot from this program, and thank you very much. Sir Amos.
Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. Let me hear Zeyano Ahmad. Tijani, you can speak, please. Just unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Yeah. Welcome, Ahmad.
Hello.
Wow.
No. Okay, I will mute myself.
Yes, go ahead, please. Everybody's good.
So you are speaking with
Network bandwidth is low. What state are you joining us from? What state are you joining us from?
Zamfara State.
Excellent. Go ahead. Wow. Your network is really hampering your engagement. Your network is hampering your engagement. Yeah, okay, all right. Let's try talk, let's see. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, you are speaking with Mr. Zayan from Zamfara State.
All right. Your message. So we can move on. Your message.
Okay, my message, I just want to thank you all for being here.
Right. Thank you. I think your message noted. Thank you.
Something that is reasonable, but how
thank you.
Yes. So I think to be part of this graduate must be at least in so many workshops in order to know.
Right. So our colleague there really have an issue with what's it called? So please let's see how we take Bilal Aliyu. Okay, Bilal Aliyu, you have the floor. Let's hear you. Unmute yourself, Bilal Aliyu.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Hello, I'm Bilal Aliyu from Progressive University.
Okay.
Department of. Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead. Yes, you can go ahead.
Hello?
You can go ahead.
Then, I just want to ask some questions related to the issue of this organization. How long do you take us to be having this meeting? I know there's network problems, so we don't know if we are
okay. Okay, you know what? Please let me just confirm and verify that in your mails, we'll obviously be in touch. Any other information on the Innovation Bed group is always there anytime. I'm sure we can share more. Please let me just take a guess. Let me just take a participant from South Africa to help us share a word before she leaves. So Mrs. Ochu, please, you have the floor. Mrs. Ochu, please, you have the floor, please. Unmute yourself, Mrs. Ochu, you have the floor.
Okay, I was trying to unmute myself. It wasn't going
Please,
through.
Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for a wonderful workshop. Your presence has made this workshop a very good one. And to all the presenters, the presentations were actually very fascinating, and we gained a lot from it. So to all the students that are part of this workshop, what I would say is that all that you have, the information that we have been given in this workshop, we should try and build on it. There are lots of valuable information from this workshop. You can start thinking about collaborations, you can think about partnerships, you can think about the skills that you do not have, but as a result of this workshop, you can develop for yourself. Thank you so much, Dr. David. I don't know if I got his name correctly, the initiator of Pomomi. Yes, I think there's a lot that we can do together after this workshop. We'll get to meet and we'll talk about it. Thank you so much, everyone, once again. Bye-bye.
Well, wow. Thank you so very much. In fact, just spotting the SSA on ICT Zamfara in the house. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I just spotted the SSA on ICT Zamfara in the house.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon, sir. How do you do? It's been a big day for us, you know.
Actually, I can see.
We actually played more people. That Professor Amjad, we encroached on his time, and he says he has to join another meeting. You know, he was just waking up. He was just waking up about 6:30 a.m. You know,
actually,
at the time. But then I so love the feedback I'm getting from the students. And
wow,
so
that's great.
Now, at the same time, if I didn't see you now, I was just discharging the last speaker now, Mrs. Ochu. She's actually a PhD student at the University of Johannesburg University in South Africa. So she has to leave now. That's why she just made a little comment. But then she is the company secretary to Programos Foundation. That's my daughter there.
That's good. That's great.
In this event, I have played I've played my grandson, and I've actually played my daughters, and they're all over the place. So I'm just telling every young man. I'm telling every young man, your life revolves around innovation. So please, in your little words, how do you see this program as an SSA to a government,
sir? God so kind. We really appreciate your giant effort in bringing this wonderful and blissful program across the globe. And it is a nice program, which is first of a kind that I came across, that it benefits our undergraduate students of different institutions across the country. So I think it is highly timely for all our youth to understand that innovation is key to their life endeavor. We can't do without innovation. And this innovation cannot happen just in the one day or with a single blink of eye. We need to plan it. We need to sit down and have a roadmap to see how we can set an agenda for any innovation that one might have think about it. So I think with innovation, creativity, and prosperity in terms of developing ideas that someone has coined in their areas of studies can, in a way, to have a formidable team and foundation like yours, a Programos Foundation, to see how this young graduate can be mentored and can be at least guided so that they can know where and when they can innovate their ideas so that at least our country and our state in particular can benefit from them. We cannot say much on this program, but all we can say is a commendable effort by Programos Foundation under your watch that from our state government, in particular Zamfara State, we are looking forward to see how we can collaborate with Programos Foundation to bring more of this program in Zamfara State, not even virtual, but physically. So I'm assuring you of our total support. As I told you earlier, it is only Zamfara State Governor you can see his passion, a timely passion on things like this. Because I can remember when I informed him about this program, he was able to respond as quick as possible. And you are aware that he needs a lot of programs like this. We need to encourage our youth. And that's why in his government, he provides an enabling environment for all our young graduates, our youth in particular, to come in and see how they can help in develop a progressive agenda for Zamfara State. Particularly in the field of ICT, as I head the ICT sector as Senior Special Assistant to His Excellency, we are looking forward to see how we can develop ideas, we can provide solutions, we can innovate, we can create, and see how we can develop some technical, some solutions to the country, not even to the state. So we are looking forward to see the best of ours so that we can collaborate with Programos Foundation and see how our young graduates in Zamfara State has benefited from this innovation bed. Once again, I want to reassure you of our total support, commitment from our onset, Zamfara State in particular, to see how you excel in this struggle, to see how Programos Foundation will benefit more undergraduates and youth across the globe. We are looking forward to see one time you visited Zamfara State, you sit down and we collaborate and have a partnership, a cordial relationship that will help us contribute to the quota of our ICT sector and help our youth to understand innovation is the only critical sector one man can think of, and believe me, he can be on himself independently and by extension to contribute to his own country and at large to the Africa. So on behalf of all the undergraduate students of Zamfara State that have attended this workshop from the beginning, and we are ending it today, we want to applaud them. I want to appreciate all of them that they have been supportive in our drive to digital agenda in Zamfara State, and I wish them all the best in their career. And I will look forward to see more of their commitment in any kind of innovation in Zamfara State. Thank you, my dear students. Thank you, Programos Foundation. Thank you, Mr. Amos. And thank you, all the speakers that have spoken so far. And today we are coming to the end of this program. We must thank you most sincerely. I wish you all the best, and I look forward to see you again. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm so happy about this. In fact, just like we were on, you know, I told you I have players all over the world. I have a dear player from France, Odunuga. He's actually one of the World Summit Award winners. I told you, I've given all of them jerseys to play on this event. And at the same time, because we have different time zones, so he would just say a word. But before World Summit Award winner Odunuga Dominic, let me invite one of my very strong colleagues who has also presented. He has spoken in this event. Mr. Waizi Yao is the director of CITAD in Kano. Waizi Yao, your parting words, sir.
Thank you very much, Amos. I think this has been a very inspiring afternoon. I just want to part. The first is that innovation has no age. So young, old, we expect that they can be innovative. The second thing is that all the big giants we hear from Silicon Valley, the companies that are being quoted on the stock exchange and so forth, they were not companies bought or sold because these books were performing as it used to be in the old days. They were sold because they were ideas. They are ideas that have embedded creativity and innovation. And so what investors and capitalists, venture capitalists are looking for is actually ideas, not just performing companies. If you have good idea, then the sky is open to you. Wish you all the best and see you in the next forum of innovators.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Mr. Waizi Yao and I happen to be on the same board, and we've been on the board of the Information Technology Association of Nigeria for years, and we've been doing this for generations. So we are, for me as a Nigerian, I'm happy in my ecosystem We have very reliable ICT experts that can turn this country around, quite frankly. And I'm not being political about this because we don't even have politics in innovation. We use innovation to kind of we try to say how we use innovation to disrupt politics so that politics can better settle for what mankind can be beneficial to mankind. Please let me just say, allow Mr. Dominic to say a word from France. Mr. Dominic, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Sorry, I'm in transit. So
no problem, no problem. I know.
So greetings from Paris, and thank you, Mr. Amos, for your continuous mentorship over the past years. I'm proud to also say I was an awardee of the
You are a World Summit Award. That's right. I like that. Please, your colleagues today, I was just getting to know that you guys are making hundreds of thousands of dollars, man. But I know from what angle you are doing this because you are hosting governors in France and doing all of that. How has it been easy for you to do that?
Yes, I mean, that's one of the things, obviously, I've dedicated myself to do in the past 6-7 years. I've also the governor of
because in the house, please, in the house here, I have the senior special assistant on ICT for the Zamfara state governor, and that's why I need to know that you have been engaging governors and managing them in their industrial outlook, whatever it is they're looking for there in the international waters. So how has your innovation assisted these governments and governors over the years? Thanks.
Yeah, just to mention briefly, I mean, some of the states that I've worked in. Can you hear me, sir? Just to be sure.
Very well. You're clear.
Okay. Yes. Over the past 7 years, worked with Lagos State government. As a matter of fact, when Governor Sanwo-Olu came into office, the first place he came to was France. We set up some meetings to see how we could get investors into the country. Same with Governor Seyi Makinde, the governor of Kwara State, Taraba State, also Governor Ishako. And so one of the things over the years, as a follow-up with getting the award in Nigeria that we've done, is to set up also an organization here in France called the Nigerian France Tech Initiative. With that platform, I drive as a project manager engagement within the France-Nigerian space with respect to technology. So in terms of helping Nigerian young people who have innovative ideas to get funding from private sector and from the government, from the public agencies here in France and across Europe, I interplay in that sector. So it will be an honor to see how to leverage on all the partnerships we've built here over the years to see how we can help, more innovative youth back at home to leverage. I mean, we know technology right now gives a level playing field. So it's not about where you are as much as you have a unique value proposition to offer the world. Just recently last year, we're able to bring few Nigerian startups to come to France. Some of them include the 54 Gene, who is a major COVID innovator right now, helping in the pharmaceutical industry. Dr. Basti.
Are you aware? Are you aware that 54 Gene also I presented 54 Gene for the Wista Award and they won from Nigeria during the COVID?
Oh, imagine.
that was the global award of the World Information Technology and Services Alliance, and the winner from Nigeria, one of them was the 54 Gene. So it's just let you know that the network of innovation across the world, we have the roadmap. Go ahead.
Yeah. The French president already, obviously President Macron, when he was in Nigeria 3 years ago, I was part of the delegation. We had meetings with different stakeholders in Nigeria, with Alhaji Dangote and all of them. And currently, the French government has a special intervention fund and also different project initiatives to support Nigerian startups. There's a lot of partnerships going on between the France-Nigeria relations as it has to do with creative industry, young innovation. When it came to Nigeria, one of the things he said is he does not want to concentrate on traditional sectors, such as oil and gas, where you have Total, all of them playing. He wants to concentrate on new industries and leverage on young entrepreneurs. So I want to use this platform to see how we could leverage on all of these engagements with also Programos Foundation and see what we could do with obviously Nasarawa state government and leverage, get youth to be able to be part of this and obviously become job creators. So I'm available. And,
thank you. I must say that at the beginning of the program, I started this program with startups opportunity, and a friend and a very strong expert in this area, Dr. Daniela Pliwi. I'm sure you've been on a program with her before. Now, She actually opened up this event this morning from Singapore, but about now, obviously, should have gone to bed. We have an innovation bed opportunities gateway that we are building. We have built it already, but we just need a government or 2 or 3 that can initiate allowing their young people to go in there, whether they have the ideas that are so small. All these people who are in secondary school, who are in the universities, imagine the kind of research projects they do, only to put them, give them scores. And they never use the content of the research project for anything creative, applicable to the society. We want to get back to those people. We want to pick all those research works, let them place it somewhere. If they are not using it, some human beings will use them for value in exchange. Let them not waste any idea. And that environment, they will get to register. I've shared that in this program. The video will be on my YouTube channel, and it will be available for the world. So this actually, at my 10th year, I should not be reading and speaking English. I want to be that. I want to be at the UN. That's why I stopped my US visa for 4 years. I don't need it. And it's better for me to do a program virtually anywhere, and I've been comfortable. In fact, my best program was last year at the festival. You were at the festival last year. In the
I was there.
Okay, excellent. When we have 15 countries all over Africa, so we're just letting the world to know. I don't have to be in the US to do what I have to do in Nigeria. And I think you will be very, very, very instrumental to giving us that structure and the opportunity for these youth that we're going to identify from here to have that open window that they will never be embarrassed, open window that our youth must be respected for the purpose of what they know and not being embarrassed because of the general language of 219 they give to our people. And we need to clean up and give that record and make them clean. Nigerian youth are innovators and they are not just 419. And we need to really give them that integrity and innovation. And that's why in my paper yesterday, I wrote the ICPC. I wrote the office of the ICPC for them to give me an officer in the educational section to relate with these students on their integrity and ethics policy. Let's not just have this in the air, speak at conferences, come to the ground, speak with the people that matter. And this actually some of the things. Thank you so very much, Dominic. I think you've even done far more than what you expected, as it were. I really
thank you, sir.
I really thank you so greatly.
Thank you very much, sir.
So, Mr. Amos, he did not ask, when is he coming to Zamfara?
Anywhere, anytime, sir. And you know that, sir, being in Zamfara,
because
I'm digitally in Zamfara right now, sir.
So no problem. I'm looking forward to see all of you.
All right, sir. Thank you, sir. Pleasure meeting you, sir.
We brought the world to let you know there is no boundary. There is actually no boundary to innovation. And we are very proud. We are very proud at all these opportunities. We are very, very proud at these opportunities. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's my great honor. It is my great honor, which is Honorable SSA on ICT in Zamfara State. These are special acknowledgements to the governor, executive governor of Zamfara State. And we really, 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 really appreciate the executive impact that he actually introduced. And the storyline changed, particularly for Zamfara, that according to my head of house, my previous head of house in the house, Ajia Melafia, if she's still in the house. Ajia Melafia, are you still in the house? Ajia Melafia, are you still in the house?
Yes.
Oh, please,
Yes.
Let me give you the honor of closing this program on behalf of Programos Foundation and Innovation Bed Africa. Thank you.
You know, I'm overexcited. I am just so happy. I don't even want the program to end. I don't want the program to end. Let's continue this till next week. This is very amazing. Everyone was so happy. The faces, the new faces. In fact, this is the first time I've felt so different. Because I'm not in India, I'm not in Sri Lanka, I'm not in France, I'm not in China.
I will just have France.
But I feel as if I am together with them.
Yes.
Please, you all should invite me down to France, China. Let me come and see what you're doing, please.
Anywhere, yes.
Mr. Amos, I've not permitted this program to finish at all. At all, it's not permitted. Let's continue. My SSA, thank you. Thank you very much. Because without you, so many of our students will not have been able to participate in this program. Thank you very much. Mr. Amos, you are so amazing. You have talked as if you should not stop talking.
Yes.
You know, this is very and our SSA, next time we have to invite our governor. He has to be present because he shouldn't miss this kind of program. This is so amazing. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Deputy Head of House. Thank you, everyone, the Head of House, the people from Bauchi, and everyone, the students. God bless you. May you all be able to have whatever you deserve. Use your knowledge. If you're studying engineering and you want to go on for business, don't think twice. Go for it. The sky is your limit. I wish you all the best in your studies. I wish you all the best in your innovation. And I wish everyone all the best. Thank you so much. The way everyone wants to see the world move forward, because here in Nigeria, we are like left far behind in terms of innovation, but we have talented students. We have those that are so good. They are so good. In fact, there's a student I know in my own university. Then we were in school. Before he even came to UG1, he was able to develop a website, which was so amazing. He came, he was dragging with the professors and others, and he was just so intelligent. And you can't believe he came from a village. That village, they don't even have a single house that uses block to build a house. He's from a remote area, but he is so intelligent. And I believe we have those intelligent students. Use your strengths, use your youth. You being a youth, you deserve the best. So don't wait for government. Don't wait for anybody to push you forward. Move yourself forward. With you little you have, take a step and next step and next step, and you will be good to go. Thank you everyone for participating. This is a success for not just me and Mr. Amos. This is for everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Well, I'm so impressed. So I think at this point, at this point, to me too, it looks as if everybody wants to talk. It looks as if we should not stop too.
That's it.
Oh, please. Okay. Please, can we unmute yourself? Let me just hear you. Mubarak Abubakar. But you've spoken before. Mubarak. Okay. You are co-host already. Mubarak, please talk. Go ahead. You want to close business?
Not me. I said, yes, there is one guy here, Kabiru Sani Muhammad. He's raising his hand since
sorry, where
1 hour before.
Sorry. Kabiru Sani, please. Apologies, please. Let me, sorry. I'm sure one of you will close this event for me today. Because I'm also excited myself. Kabiru Sani is actually co-host now, so you can talk. Unmute yourself and talk. Kabiru Sani?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. I'm Kabiru Mishanumenchi from Zamfara State University.
Okay.
I thank the governor of Zamfara State for bringing such an innovation to the state, for focusing more on youth, and I also thank the SSA for showing interest for building the youth of the state. We pray that Almighty God assist us more. We really need something like this in Zamfara State.
A lot.
We really need it in Zamfara State. Yes. Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. Many more people. Okay. Okay. Like Mayao.
Armayao, Abdullahi Armayao.
Yes, Mayao. Okay. Speak. Can I mute and speak? Unmute yourself and speak, please. Okay, perhaps he doesn't have a word to say. Musa wants to talk.
The sound is somehow, sir.
Yes, let me confirm. Let me get Musa. We are actually just done now. We're trying to see somebody raise a motion for adjournment and somebody should second it. Musa, I mean.
Yes, sir. On behalf of the
How are you? How are you?
And the SSA to the Excellency, we thank everyone for giving us this opportunity to participate in this program. We really appreciate and look forward for our Zamfara youth to be in this program. So thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everybody. I still have more hands. Hey, Usman. Okay, Umar Usman. You can talk, please. But please, can somebody move a motion for adjournment? Okay, that should be what Usman Umar should do. Unmute yourself and talk.
Sir.
Great, go ahead. So you are one of your talk after you talk is that you raise a motion for adjournment. Let us move. We'll meet later, don't worry. Okay, Umar Usman, your message.
Sir.
Okay. He doesn't seem to have a message. It's because I'm seeing the hands. Shamsu has spoken before. All right. Shamsu has spoken before. I think we should just wrap up. Let's just wrap up. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. His Excellency SSA on ICT. Thank you so very much. Every other eminent speaker. I have given this program a closure at the moment. It really doesn't feel we should go, but then let us have it wrapped up. I'm sure sometime in October. By October the 1st, today is actually the Youth Day, which I actually want this to coincide with. But then we can actually pick on another sensitive day, such as the Independence Day, because I don't know what you want to celebrate if you are not innovating. I might be planning something for the innovation for the Independence Day very shortly.
It's true, sir.
So thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. So I seize this opportunity to say bye from us.
Bye.
Bye.
Really appreciate it with us. Thank you, sir.
All right, sir.
Thank you, sir.